This is when you know you need a Suburban. Backpack, right? Of course, Christian's gonna sit there. Second row. Big suitcase. Messenger bag. Another bag below that. Guitar. Random work-related equipment I didn't feel like taking out of the car. Primary camcorder and rain camcorder in the third row. I'm also supposed to film Christian soccer games, so you never know if it's gonna rain or if it's not gonna rain. In the rear we've got, and this is a new setup by the way. I just tried this out and so far I think it's gonna be a good idea. Why? Because you got that third row of seats acting as the divider, so everything is just not shifting around, right? With the scooter, we've got the 2 crates with random emergency roadside items and random car stuff, and the tripod. You've also got the step stool underneath of this, which you do not see. Thank you, Davis. 90.1, that's what I'm talking about. So yeah, I think I need a Suburban. But this all seems to fit just fine. Christian's gonna sit there. His bags are gonna go in the second row. So, shovel? For what? What do we need a shovel for? And of course, you've also got the rain caps. I don't know if you guys can see that though. You got the rain caps on the top for covert operations. Covert operations. And like the Ford Fusion, unlike the Ford Fusion, no push bars. Forget push bars. It's all about being covert, not overt. Let's take the show on the road, shall we? Think I got everything? I hope I got everything. Why is it? Why is it? Actually, I think I forgot one last thing. I'll be right back. I also need gas. 33 miles to empty, it's telling me. think we're finally good to go. Are we there yet? Funny. If I get, but it's gonna be the Ford Explorer's new first road trip. Should be pretty fun, I think. You know. Scooter going against traffic. Batteries, guys. I think I just ordered 3 of them, had it sent to Christian's house. So hopefully it comes tomorrow, you know. Let's play a little game. Oh wait, we can't do that. We can't play a little game called let's see how long these scanners last, because you know what? Like I said, I took those antennas off, so we can't play a little game called let's see how long can hear NYPD and FDNY. Unfortunately, so. Well, the Midwest has a lot of different states, including Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, etc. So we'll be passing through even New Jersey. Didn't I think I said Ohio yesterday, right? I said Ohio yesterday, yeah. So there we go. We're trying to get gas right now. Sometimes I go all the way out to Indiana, even, depending on which family I'm visiting. Right now, but good thing I don't got to. And we'll also hit. You guys will also see the road pretty soon as well. Yeah, it is nice traveling at night. Why? Because you know, I also happen to work at night, right? So there you go. Should work out pretty well, I think. That's my usual routine anyway. don't smell like gas. Hands don't smell like gas. That's a good thing. Go to the Smoky Mountains next week. Where is the Smoky Mountains? Damn bird poop. That's pretty nasty. And you know, I'll probably wash the car when I get there. I got caffeine pills. I'm about to get some bang. I'm also a tiny bit hungry. I will even go as far as to say a little bit sleepy, but you know, I think I had a coffee like I think I had a coffee like 2 hours ago. I was packing. That was a long pack. Oh, first time you don't see MIPD at 7-Eleven. They're always here. Maybe check it out. These two guys. What are they playing? Some kind of dice game or something? You know? How about that? Huh? You guys get to. You guys let me know who's winning. Right in front of 7-Eleven. How about that? Huh? That's what you do in the summer in New York City, baby. I hate it when I forget my phone. So who's winning? What do we got today? Lilikoi Lychee, Razzleberry, and Melon Mania. I don't think I've had Melon Mania. Maybe I'll try that. Oh no, did I forget a straw? Who cares? I don't know how to describe it. It tastes good. What's up, Denise? How you doing? Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Now, since we're driving the Midwest, we're gonna have to use different accent now. Maybe once we cross that Staten Island, maybe once we cross the Jersey border, Brooklyn, New York City border to the Jersey border, and once we cross the, we'll still stick with the New York accent because still in Jersey, still in New York. Once we cross over the Pennsylvania border down here, and let me tell you something, let me tell you, we're going right to the backwoods of West Virginia. Get her done. See, I reckon that you think y'all think I'm gonna change my accent now. Well, you're goddamn right about that. All right, where am I going? How about turn Wi-Fi off, plug phone in? Chess is very rare. Wow, 400 miles. Seven hours and hold on. Let me get their lights, my lights out of their face first. So option 1, 436 miles. Option 2, 424 miles. That's not a huge difference. But the difference in ETA is 7 hours 44 minutes versus 7 hours 35 minutes. Not the hugest difference. The shorter route is through Harrisburg. The longer route you know what I'm thinking? I do not like the idea of the southern route being all... The southern route's like this. The northern route seems to be a straighter path, more like this, right? The southern route's like this, and it goes, right? The route that appears to be more is also faster, 7 hours 35 minutes. think we'll do that. Either way, we got to go through Staten Island. Stealth camping. No camping. Staten Island. I'm gonna go back here. Boom. Full tank of gas. About $45. In case anyone's asking. Everyone always asks me how much gas is. So we are gonna do a few things on this trip, by the way. If you guys are curious, actually, anyone joining, headed to the Midwest, where my 15-year-old son is at. We'll be spending a week there, having fun, doing stuff like going to the gun range and playing airsoft. Airsoft, by the way, is like paintball, except it shoots 6mm plastic BBs. So you can go to the field, you can rent their equipment, and you can play airsoft there. Same thing with the gun range. You can go there, you can rent a rifle, pistol, whatever, shotgun. Do they have shotguns? I don't know. I don't think they have shotguns. Bolt action rifle, etc. You can shoot it, and that's what we love to do. Of course, I think we're gonna do some scooter. You know, those Stampede scooter, those stand-up scooters. Like, you know, my scooter. I brought my scooter. Last time we rented scooters and we rode around the city. This time I'll at least bring mine. I thought I was 15. Hey, I get that all the time, you know. I call it the Asian genes. If you're Asian, you're gonna look. That's how it is. So, what was I talking about? Yeah, what else are we gonna do? I really want to check out we went to that one. What is it? I Fly, where it's like a skydiving like experience in a tunnel thing or something. I don't think I cared for it, but it was a unique experience. I felt like I was skydiving. Yes, probably the closest thing to skydiving. Do want to check out the what is it, Air Force Museum or something? I know he's already went though. I don't know if he wants to see it again. But that's only a few of the activities. I'm sure there's a whole bunch more to do. Oh, actually, here we go. Oh, wait a minute. Where is it taking me? Really? I gotta take that route? I don't know if I'm gonna take that route. Hold on, I gotta reevaluate this now. Oh, I don't want to take that route. See, I'd rather go through Staten Island. I don't want to go through the city. Okay, so I had the no tolls, avoiding tolls thing on. So, okay, obviously it's gonna be much shorter now, 422 miles, and yeah, Staten Island route, 422 miles, which will take 6 hours and 39 minutes versus 414 miles. Yeah, we'll go with that. That also takes us kind of through Philly as well. So yeah, there we go, Staten Island. I knew something was up when they were telling me to take the Manhattan route. Alright, apparently you can't. Can you take the lower? Let's take the upper. I always like taking the upper. Alright, here we go. Road trip's beginning, folks. Woo! Was ready for 6 hours of driving down here. I will show you Midwest. Of course, if you want to see all this in the daytime, we're going to have some daytime driving tomorrow as well. Because it takes an additional 4 hours to get to the final destination. I'm going to arrive at my first stop just on the outskirts of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Second stop will be 4 hours west of that location. So, got another 4-hour drive coming up. Now, I do believe you will see the sunrise on the live stream. No doubt. Man, I'm hungry. Can you believe 7-Eleven had no barbecue chicken in a stick? That stuff is actually pretty good. You know, when you start to crave that there, it's quite unfortunate. See a lot of mist, maybe rain or whatever, that's being blown this way. I'm sure you guys see it as well. I don't know if it's raining or that's from the water or what. Just left. See my live stream if you want to watch me drive. had no idea about, guys, and I don't know why I had no idea. It wasn't until I was playing around with the seats, right, that I figured this out. Check out the back. Does it look better, as in higher visibility? Right? I didn't know that these two headrests can be flip, folded down like that. Right? I was just fiddling with them because I had to I mounted my like helmet there or something, you know. And then I was like, wait a minute, what does this button do? Flip. Now I get increased visibility on the rear windshield if I don't have any second row passengers. The same goes for the third row, of course. That I did know. So the third row can go like this. So now it looks much better. I get increased visibility. I'm going to be curious also, since I'm not going to be using any sport mode on this trip, most likely not, if I will get better fuel efficiency, because right now I'm at the average is 14 miles per gallon. I'm really curious what it's going to be when I do mostly highway driving and not, you know, sport mode and idling the vehicle for the whole night, you know. Kind of curious about that. Like how that light's shining through the air. Check out that lights of that bridge there. This is the Goethals Bridge, I believe. It's pretty nice, don't it? You like the colors? 3 Alpha. Roger that. 3 Alpha. Oh my God, son! That Pennsylvania plated BMW, yo! Oh my God, he wildin'. Three Alpha, roger that. What is that sound effect they like to make when they pass by my camera? Something like that? I forget what they say. But it's like a hip-hop rap song sound effect or something. If I think of it, I'll do it, but... Sierra 95, roger that, Sierra 95. More like Sierra 9 or 5, over. Cars only. Why am I yawning already? I think it's time for some cruise control, baby. How do I work this thing? Okay, I think I got it. I'll use cruise control on this here and there. This is, however, gonna be the longest trip this car has ever taken. More like this is gonna be the first road trip this truck has ever taken. No music. Actually, I can play non-copyrighted music. Right? I think last time we did like TED Talks. I wonder if there's any new interesting TED Talks. Yeah, I like driving at night too, you know, there's less traffic. X-Ray 6. Oh Ooh, service area is coming up. I'm totally grabbing something to eat. I've not even been on the road for 5 minutes. Or is it 10 minutes? And I am already getting ready to stop somewhere. How about that, huh? Last thing I ate was a thai. Maybe about maybe 5 or 6 p.m. or something. Watched an episode of Boardwalk Empire. Pretty good HBO show, by the way. Highly recommended. Is that the Italian flag? I heard Italy won, and Little Italy was pretty wild. Check out Little Mozzarella on YouTube. Or should I say Little Mozzarella? He really had the crowd going, or more like the crowd was going already, and he, filming himself saying, "What are you gonna do? Nobody move, nobody get hurt." He's a pretty wild personality, that guy. Real funny guy. So while that is happening, my mom happened to be in the city, showing the family around. You guys remember Francois visiting from Raleigh on my other video. Anyway, she was showing him around. They got some video of that Washington Square Park human arch. They also got video of it's just trash everywhere there. They also got video of the Italian victory celebrations in Little Italy. So let's see what they got to eat here. I'll be back. Okay, what do we got over here? Yes, I think some of y'all know I went to Burger King, yes. So, crap, am I smashing all my bags back here? Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, Burger King. So she says, cashier says, guys, all I got right now is Whoppers. I'm like, all right, I suppose I'll take a Whopper. I don't know what else I would have got there, right? I think it's like okay, but it's not as good as, I don't know. Do they have like a 3rd pound like thick burger, or they just have these Whoppers? I forget what's on the actual menu of Burger King. But hey, you know, 1 o'clock in the morning at a New Jersey rest stop, this is what you're getting. No, not the Whopper Junior, just the regular. In fact, I left my organizing crate thing at home. I just took the essentials from that crate. What I do not have on me, unfortunately, is my laptop table that I like to eat with. Unfortunately, you'll like it. Yeah, I'm definitely very familiar with the Whopper. I've had it. $7 though at a New Jersey rest stop. But hey, 1 o'clock in the morning. For our international viewers, what is the Whopper? What is Burger King? It is like McDonald's, except the Whopper has a bigger patty. I don't like cheese. This is what it looks like. Got tomatoes, onions, lettuce, and yeah, I think there's even mayonnaise in here. Yeah, mayonnaise. That's what's in the... I also like to put barbecue sauce. And I will say, I would much rather have a Whopper than a Big Mac. I mean, Big Mac, I think they kill it with the all that bread. I don't need all that bread. What I do need is more meat. Do like my meat. And for you vegans out there, or is it vegetarians, the Burger King has an impossible... Is it impossible what? Impossible burger? You see, one disadvantage of this whole setup here, I'm like putting everything on my electronics here. Not good. Not good. How was that chess game, by the way? How was that chess game? Did you guys see who won? I've never seen that before. Couple grandpas playing chess outside of 7-Eleven. That was new for me. So that's why they were playing backgammon? It didn't look like chess to me. I know someone said chess. This guy looks like he's totally lost right here. Doesn't know where his car is. He hopes this is his car. He hopes he finds a way home. I'm going to lock my doors. He hopes that one day he will find his car. I don't know if he will. I don't know. Thank you so much, Fahrenheit 451. Where are we going on this road trip? To the Midwest. We will pass the states of Jersey, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, etc. Oh, did I mention West Virginia? Alabama, Arkansas, I do miss my mom and pa. There's nothing more American than going on a road trip in America. Heavy rain, Pennsylvania. Uh-oh. That doesn't sound like fun. This is why I don't like eating on camera. No, Ryan, the live stream ends now. Just kidding. The live stream ends when the sun rises. Hopefully I'll be there in my destination by then. Yeah, I can definitely appreciate the Whopper more than, say, Big Mac. Lettuce, tomatoes, onions, meat. What's better than that, huh? Actually, what's better than that is a thicker patty. Heat wave in the UK. For some reason, I can't picture UK hot, right? How many Celsius is that in the UK? How many Celsius? Sorry guys, I should have had the camera this way. Sorry about that. Sorry to all the straight guys watching. Oh, that's funny. They bought some White Claw. 25 Celsius. Jeez. Hey, Siri. What is 25 Celsius in Fahrenheit?
25 degrees Celsius is 77 degrees Fahrenheit.
That's pretty hot. That's pretty hot. Jordan's like, 25 ain't hot, 98 degrees is hot. It's the hardest thing I'll ever have to do, to look you in the eye and tell you I don't love you. It's the hardest thing I'll ever have to do. Yes, it is. Melon Mania. Pretty good. Melon Mania. Do I have a toothpick? Probably. Let's continue our road trip, shall we? I got a scent memory thing, you know? I can recall scents when I think about them. There. Better. Let's take the show on the road. Get her done. Alabama, Arkansas. I sure miss my mom and pa. I'm just a guy that's trying to get back on the road here, and man, these are a lot of tractor trailers. And what are they doing here? Just sleeping, I guess? I need a toothpick. I hope I can find it. Man, there's a whole bunch of stuff in here. Found it. I got my toothpick down here. Don't y'all be judging now. The parts we're going to. Well, we're going to see a whole bunch of farms down there. Let me tell you. We will hit Saddam with weapons of mass destruction. Let me tell you. We're gonna hit Saddam Hussein with shock and awe, my American people. Shock and awe. We're gonna defeat Saddam Hussein. Let me fly in on the Navy carrier because I used to be a pilot. Let me tell you something. And I will step down on that podium and I will say, mission accomplished. Saddam Hussein has been defeated. Let me tell you. And we gotta make sure that all the OBGYNs continue to practice their love for women. He said that. Yes, he did. He said that. 40 miles to exit 6. That. Currently at a speed of 70 knots. Over. Roger that. 70 knots. We are westbound 39 miles to X-ray 6. Over. I've got total ETA 6402 miles. ETA 0752. Oh, we're gonna pass Philly. We're gonna pass Harrisburg, I think. We're gonna pass Pittsburgh. We're gonna pass a lot of little old towns down here. Let me tell you something. You're gonna be along for the ride now. So I reckon you're still up all night watching, but you never know now. When in doubt, get her done. When in doubt, get her done. A disabled vehicle or the 5-0, yo? No, it's just a disabled vehicle. For the last time now, we're headed to the Midwest down here. When in doubt, read the title, get it done, get her done. We're going past many states. New Jersey, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, maybe even Indiana. We'll see how far we go now, see how far the road takes us. There we go. I think that's Maddie's favorite song of all time. Oh wait, I forgot the accent. I think that's Maddie's favorite song of all time. Ain't it, Maddie? Y'all got him singing that Lion King. I gotta say, those onions were quite oniony in that Whopper. Pennsylvania plates, Jersey plates. You get an idea of who's going where based on the plates, you know? I only said where about 10 times, so I think I'll let others answer that for me. Thank you, whoever answered. Thank you, Thom. Ohio is for lovers. That's a song by Hawthorne Heights. And if you're curious right now, I do believe we are still in New Jersey. Sherry, Sherry baby. Oh no, Canada, eh? What's that about? See, Canada's north. I'm headed west. Wild Wild West. Wiki wiki. Man in black. The Galaxy Defenders. Here comes the man in black. The one that you remember. Long way to go, ETA. 6 hours, 5 minutes. 391 miles. And that's only in the first stop. The second stop, it's additional 4 hours after that. In the daytime. After lunch. No dose. No, I don't have that brand, but I do have a different brand, caffeine. I just bought 3 Rain energy drinks, right? It's pretty much like Bang. Same caffeine amount, 300 milligrams, same sweetener, Splenda, right? So, no evil sugar. Thank you, Melissa. But here's the thing, though. I got family at the first and the second stop. So, I'll be taking a nap at the first stop. At the second stop, I'm going to pick up my son. And then if it's on Christmas, I have another stop, another 4 hours west of where my kid lives, and I got more family over there. So, you know, it's family all over the place, and that's what America does to families. Especially, you know, if you get married with somebody, you move somewhere else. Now you got, or maybe like work takes you somewhere else, right? See, where I grew up, my dad stayed in that town. I first moved to Pittsburgh, then I moved to New York City. My son and his family, they moved around a bit as well. My mom got married and moved out of the town that I grew up in. So, you know, you can see where. And then my brother is in Massachusetts. And he got, you know, he got a wife and 3 kids. So, you know, he's, we're all over the place. Thank you, Michael.
His identity alone. Never put a person down. Don't humiliate your children. Don't humiliate anybody else, okay? But then the fly in the coffee here is this one. You see, there's also a George Thompson as he sees himself. Let's say I'm dealing with you on the streets as a police officer, and I see myself level 2 as handling you firm but fair professionally. You, on the other hand, Bill, see me, that's level 3 under X, you see me as pushy and aggressive. What's the real truth? We know a lot of people think it's somewhere in between, but it isn't somewhere in between. See, if you think that I'm pushy and aggressive, what feedback are you going to give me? Feedback based on how I see it or how you see it? And exactly, so what am I going to have to deal with right here in River City if not that? Now, what if I don't see it? What if I miss it in the eyes, the body language, or the proxemics? Can I make a bad mistake with you, lose a sale? Yes. Can I get hit upside the head? Yes. Can I have a subject flee on me in the streets? Yeah. You know, one of the great survival skills for officer safety, and I stress this when I teach cops, all officer safety starts with your ability to see yourself as you're being seen. That is true in any communication, though, okay? And verbal judo will enable you to read people better. Because like the Indian taught me, you must read a trail. So you've got to read a verbal encounter. You got to understand where the man is coming from, right? You've got to kind of keep calm inside and redirect. You can't do that, and there is no training in America, short of what I do. There's no training in America to teach you how to read yourself as you are, in fact, performing before others. So, the second street truth is that the most important identity you have out there, at home or on the streets, is how you're seen by others. All right, and we've got to develop an antenna for that, and verbal judo will enable you to do that. Turn to number 3, the third street truth. Remember, the first was the opposite of talking is not listening but waiting, and you've got to make people better listeners by technique. The second, self-esteem by other. Now the we know from research that, all right, facts, data, proof, and evidence is only 7 to 10% of your possible impact on another. Being right don't make it so. Facts don't speak for themselves in a court of law, never did, right? Being right, how many times have you been right with your spouse yet lost the argument? How many times have you been right with your children yet lost the argument? How many times have you been right with your supervisor and yet lost the argument? You got to be right, because if you're not, you lose credibility, and if you lose credibility, you lose people's belief, and then you're here anyway. But no, you've got to be right, but being right doesn't cut a lot of ice. So in persuasion, which is what I teach, what does cut serious ice? Let me tell you, voice. Notice I put it in quotation marks. Voice is 33 to 40% of your power over people. 33 to 40. Now, unfortunately, it's not how you hear yourself. See, most of us hear ourselves pretty positively. Now, this is your verbal personality as heard by the other. And I'll tell you something. It is and can be destructive. There are 4 elements to voice. In my longer course, I get to all 4. Tone is the first one, and we'll talk about that. Pace, pitch, and modulation are the other. But take a look at tone. This is the 4-letter word in America. I said it's the 4-letter word in America, right? This word is more destructive than any word in the English language, right? And it will always be defined, right, as your attitude expressed. And that will always be defined as the word or phrase that people can add to the sentence that you in fact say to them, right? Hey, you, come here. You hear the word jackass at the end of that, right? But lady, it's right behind you, that store you're looking for. Big dumb idiot. See, it comes naturally. Now, I didn't call her an idiot. I didn't call her an idiot, did I? But that's what she heard. And I'll tell you something. This business here leads us to the first street principle that verbal judo teaches you. It's role versus voice.
Ooh, Six Flags is coming up, but I ain't going.
You play 100 roles a day. 100 roles a day, right? This is the what? The voice, on the other hand, is the delivery system. The delivery system. Here's what we know. Whenever what you do goes in one direction, but your voice cuts back and denies it, people believe the voice. You do, I do, everybody does. In an example I used before, cops. Imagine a police officer who's had a bad day, pulls his car off, right, in some kind of empty shopping lot. He's sitting there trying to play the role of report writer. Okay, he's trying to write his reports. Right? And somebody suddenly comes up and beeps the horn, beep, 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 officer, officer, right? And he looks up and he says, yes, which way to the stadium? Quick, I'm late. And he says, but ma'am, you're on the street. You see it down there? You can't miss it. You see the oval? You're going to run right into it if you're not careful. Now, he didn't call her an idiot, but the words big idiot come right after that. And you remember the 3 kinds of people we talked about? If she's a nice person, she just goes away feeling bad. She'll take the barb, thank you, and she'll drive off thinking, geez, why can't they treat me better? I don't deserve this. But you remember the difficult woman, don't you? If she's a difficult old lady, you know what you're going to hear. The next words out of her mouth are, because she's not going to take that barb. She's going to say, wait a minute, officer, I pay your taxes. I don't have to put up with that. Let me tell you something. You got yourself a problem. And she's right out of the car. She's in your face. Who's your supervisor? I say, I want your supervisor's name, right? And you've got some...
That's a Karen right there.
...of your car, and you've got a problem. And if she's one of those wimp Those four-eyed people I know about, the two-faced individuals, she'll take the barb and say the same thing the nice person does. Thank you. But then she'll drive to the ball game. And now she's going to sit on that barb for 2 hours. And while she sits on it, it is going to be inflating her with adrenaline. And she thinks exactly like a difficult person, except for the first sentence. The first sentence will be like this. I should have said something. See, there's your whim. I should have said it. She didn't say it. I pay that man's taxes. That's not the first time I've been mistreated by these people. By the time she comes out of that game, that 80-pound lady is now 450 pounds of adrenaline. Right? And she's so upset she can't even go home. She can't go to the party. She can't go anywhere except home, actually. And she'll go home, and barely squeezing through the door. What is she going to be reaching for? A phone. Or worse yet, pen and paper, and you've got a Scud missile on the way to your desk, officer. Nice going. You see, the point is the officer didn't know how to do it. Because, you see, the woman had thrown him into a tourist guide position. Can you tell me? And he didn't want to do it. Did he, by the way, perform the role? Interestingly enough, he did. But did the voice say he wanted to or didn't want to? Did not want to. So the lady goes away, not only feeling not served, but angry. No. The crucial principle, in fact, is that voice must lie. If we had more boardroom, I could make this clear, but voice must lie. Because the bottom line is voice must harmonize. You've got to harmonize your voice. Harmony. Example, the same officer who was a pro, who had used verbal judo or knew verbal judo. See, verbal judo will enable you to combine role and voice in ways no one else can. Same officer sitting there, beep, 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 officer, and he looks up, yes, which way to the stadium, quick? And instead of looking up and growling, he looks up smiling, whoosh, puts on a face, to meet the faces that he meets. And he looks at her and he says, ma'am, you're in luck. Back your car up, if you look carefully down, that oval, now that is the stadium. And by the way, you're late. So the best way to go is in the main gate, take an immediate right, park there. See, I know my beat, I know my area. Right, you have a nice evening and thanks for stopping by. Off she goes. Now I can turn to myself or my partner and go, idiot, later. You see? Voice must lie. The point being, if I can't do that, I can't dance. I'll only stumble. The great art of verbal judo is the ability to make the voice lie. See, the voice is, if you're a contact professional, your voice not only can lie, it will. You'll sound calm.
I want to say that's pretty solid advice because, I've been doing customer service way before I did what I do now or whatever. And I can't tell you the number of times when I had some crazy customer, my burger's raw. I asked for medium well. This tastes medium rare. Like, oh, certainly, ma'am, we can definitely remake that burger for you. Just, we'll throw in some free fries with that as well. Perhaps a milkshake. Definitely. But I'm late for my meeting. Sorry to hear that, ma'am, but, we can definitely go ahead and prepare that burger for you right now. It should be ready in about 5 minutes. And thank you for choosing Good Burger, home of the Good Burger. Are you ready to order?
When not calm. You'll sound pleasant and helpful when you don't feel like it, right? You'll not be snapping at people. Now that's one role right there. Role and voice harmonized. Then I can say to myself, I danced when I could have stumbled. See, I don't even have to feel any tension because I can snap at the old lady once she's left, right? With my partner there, right? So I can get it out. I'm not going to take it home, but I can feel good because once again, on my worst day, I handled her well, and that's what I'm hired to do. I am hired, am I not, to be a representative, right? To deal with difficult people under pressure, and I can feel good about that. And that's the first thing. If you can't make the role and voice with your children, right? If your job is to redirect their behavior, raise their motivation in some way, you've got to keep that irritation out of your voice and apply the right words for the right person for the right job. Right? You put a person down, the moment they hear you putting them down, they turn you off and you've lost it. And you've lost your power. See, verbal judo enables you to develop power where other kinds of natural language or disasters cause you a bunch of problems. If role and voice must harmonize, so also must your voice and your other nonverbals. Voice is 33 to 40%, yes, of your impact on another. But other nonverbals, by which I mean, to make it simple, body language, That's your facial expressions, the way you move your hands when you talk, the way you walk, the way you wear your clothes, whatever that is, speaks very loudly. And proxemics, that's the study of space. And in my longer police course particularly, I do a great deal of work teaching officers how to manipulate space on the streets so that they up their power, all right, so that they can generate voluntary compliance. Now, obviously, whenever voice goes in one direction and your other nonverbals, like the way you stand around, right, or the way you walk towards somebody, or the way you look, if those ever counter the voice, people believe the other nonverbals. So that's what's wrong, partly with calm down. Not only the words are wrong, but the face is wrong. You understand? So we know that to be a pro, as in role versus voice, we said no, they must harmonize. So clearly same. Voice, the great pro can harmonize voice and other nonverbals. Again, harmony is the principle, the bottom line, okay? Now, here's the point. Let's say your role is to calm somebody down. Does your voice have to be calming? Yes. So the voice has to harmonize with the role. Now, what about your other nonverbals? You can't be getting into people's face this way, right? So the voice must, right, find confirmation from the other nonverbals, or the body language has to harmonize as well. Body language must harmonize with voice, body language and voice with role. When you do that, you're of one piece. Now, here's the frightening thing. If you took the lowest of voice, 33%, and the most of body language, which we know to be 60%, and added it up, you get 93%. 93%, ladies and gentlemen, of your success with your children, your spouses, or your professional good. See, the thing is that verbal karate is very seductive. It makes you feel good. Well, I told him off, you bet I did. Now, I was brought up to tell people off, and I was an expert at it. And I stand before you now, and I will tell you the truth. It has never worked. All it does is make me feel good for a couple hours, but it burns bridges that I cannot repair. It loses credibility that I can almost never get back. That use of the natural language, you know, when you're angry, the moment you let words rise readily to your lips, you will create
Philly, here we come.
regret. And if we could change that, if you could just hold from snapping at somebody, right? Because that's an unprofessional thing to do. It's an expression of your feeling rather than a judicious choice of words to solve the problem. Keep the goal in mind. That's what judo teaches you. The goal. See, verbal judo is a different thing altogether. The word judo comes from Japanese, meaning gentle or flexible way. Ju means gentle. Do means habit of mind. It is a habit of mind, in fact, a way of life. And I like the meaning, the gentle way, because as a police officer, that's the way we're supposed to use words on the street and the kinds of force we're supposed to use. Same thing is true with your family. You don't want to overuse your words, humiliate people, because you know what? Verbal abuse is the #1 abuse in this country. It sinks deeper and festers longer than any other kind of abuse. The frightening thing about, right, verbal karate is that it destroys people. How many of you have forgotten humiliation? Is that something easily forgotten? I don't think people ever forget it. I know I haven't forgotten the times I've been verbally humiliated. So take a break from that easy way and learn the professional way. #1, I like the meaning of the word, gentle. Secondly, it's based, as are all martial arts, on redirection of energy. I know that gentleman in the hat, he's an expert in, what was it, sir? What kind of karate? Kempo and other kinds of karate? Right? That's fine. That's fine as a fighting system. Right? Even that's based on redirection. Everything is based on redirection. You know, there's no fighting system based on confrontation. So why do we teach it? Why do we raise our kids to confront rather than to redirect, the greatest of all principles? And we do it because it fits with the judo principle of what I call the triple ME theory. Maximum effectiveness, maximum efficiency, minimum effort. When I train people in physical judo, Bill, I train them to use their physical energies with maximum effectiveness, minimum energy. Why push and shove when I can just go, Shah! Use your power against you, right? Same thing verbally. You don't want to stir your people up. You snap at your employer, you've got yourself a problem. You've got to go back the next day and do an impossible human action. It's called apology. Forget that word. That doesn't exist in the English language. The best you can hope for is apology. Spell that P-O-L-O-G-Y. You're going to have to go back and go through the motions. Oh, yes, I'm sorry, I snapped. I didn't mean it, and I shouldn't have said it.
Yes.
All of which, of course, are lies. Right?
Yes,
and
I'm
the worst
sorry.
yet is the way he accepts it. Your boss, if you snap to your boss, I'll show you what he'll do. He'll clasp his hands behind him and engage in what I call the famous rocking horse. He'll rock back and forth like this, and he'll say, oh, yes, it's all forgotten, oh, yes. I thank you for coming in, oh, yes, oh, yes. What does oh, yes mean? Too often it means, oh, no. I don't think anybody forgets it. And it can mark your career, stall your career, and destroy your life. Be very careful. Another thing about verbal judo is I picked it over other kinds of fighting systems because it's a grappling art. Think about it for a minute. It's like American wrestling, right? In judo, as long as I keep my hands, I don't have to grab people hard, but if I keep in touch with you, right? If you push, I pull. If you pull, I push. I harmonize my motions with you, okay? That's the essence of martial arts, okay? Now that translates to that word we talked about earlier, empathy. Empathy and communication. The moment you lose touch with that person, the moment you stop thinking like that person, you are in deep trouble. The moment you stop thinking like your spouse, you're headed for the divorce courts. The moment you stop thinking like your children, you've got yourself a problem. In other words, I teach the art of mastery through adaptation. And verbal judo will enable you, all right, to master others, right, by first adjusting to them, okay, adapting to them, much like the chameleon. Become who you have to handle the scene. Now that's fine theory. You're sitting there thinking, oh yes, what does it look like in practice? Well, that's what I'm going to show you. You remember that car stop I didn't handle well the first time I became a cop? I snapped at the man to get out, and he said, I ain't gonna get out, right? And I didn't do it well. Well, about a week later, having been warned by the chief of police to do it better, but not telling me how to do it, I stopped another car, same thing. About 2:30 in the morning, car going through a stop sign, wouldn't pull over. After a while, got him over, got up there, shined my light in the car. Here's a bunch of Mary Jane all over the floorboard. So I thought, well, I got him too. So I just kind of snapped at him. I said, you, sir, step out. And he, much like the first guy, said, I ain't getting out of this car, officer. Oh, no. You know, inside I went, oh, no. Here we go again, the same guy. Now, I'm going to put a diagram on the board, which is the essence of judo diagrammed, okay? Watch this. V1 stands for voice. A1 will stand for the appeal. I'm going to give you the police example, and then I'm going to anchor it at home with your children and leave you with what I call the 5 points, the 5-step heart style of persuasion, the 5 points of how to get people to do what you want them to do. It is the heart of everything we know about persuasion. You can use it in 100 different ways. Watch this. Voice 1 and appeal 1. I've given this man a verbal command. Okay, now I'm going to put in after the word command, ego. Because what voice did you hear when I snapped at him? You sure step out. Idiot, jackasses right at the end. See, so I had revealed my irritation. Of course, I should have asked him politely, sir, would you step out, please? Didn't occur to me. But if I had and he were difficult, would he have gotten out? No. What do difficult say? You know, what do difficult people say the first time? Yeah, why? What for, officer? You know, why are you stopping me? So make a note. You ask 10 people in a row, all of whom are difficult drivers. You stop 10 cars in a row, they're all difficult drivers. Nobody gets out the first time you ask him. I don't care if you ask him politely or not. It won't do it. So this guy said, I ain't getting out of the car, officer. And I thought, oh no, because I had the police chief right here in my left shoulder, you know. And I had my anger right here in the right, and they were battling. And so I found a thing to do. I had no name for it. I'm going to ask you to give it a name. Or come close to giving it a name. I did this. Whoosha! Voice 2 and appeal. Number 2. I'm going to change my voice and appeal. Watch this. Here's what I said to the guy. He says, I ain't getting out, officer. I said, sir, listen to me, listen to me. To the right of your leg, sir, seems to be some marijuana, and there seems to be a half-empty bottle of Jim Beam whiskey, is it, sir? Sir, I need to have you step out, okay? Let me tell you something. That constitutes right there an open bottle charge, sir, and I have no choice under the law but to have you step out, because that is contraband, or looks like it, okay? And for your safety, sir, and mine, I need to have you step out. Would you do that for me, please? Now, what did I do then that I forgot to do the first time? Well, that's what it ends up, redirect. I did more than ask him. What did I do? You know what? Yeah, I changed my voice, but I also changed the nature of the appeal. I gave him a reason. The second, after empathy, the second most powerful word in the English language is the word context. C-O-N-T-E-X-T. C-O-N in Latin means with, and text means what it means in English, book, with understanding. Do you know what research shows? I'm talking about research on the street. How many people would you guess? Let me ask you, because you're from a variety of walks of life. How many people out of 10 difficult people do you think would now cooperate with me, having given them a ground to do so? Explain myself. How many do you think out of 10? 7 is exactly right. 8 isn't far, depending on where you are. In the most difficult communities in this country, 6 to 7. In the country club America, maybe 8 or 9. But I deal with the hard-nosed people. They're my kind of people. Remember, make a note. 7 out of 10 people will do what you want if you just explain why. Now, let me tell you why that's true. It's easy to say that. Let me show you why. Let me ask you something. Your name, sir, Gallons? Eddie, let me ask you something. The second time, did I sound calmer to you? Did I sound clearer? Did I sound more in control of myself in the situation? In short, did I sound more professional? You see what I mean by having power and influence? Verbal judo gives you power and influence over people because it controls the way you use language. Now, that's why you're going to be more cooperative. You know what? Underneath the word ego, when I'm teaching cops, I put the phrase personal face. Personal face. There's an old street principle that says, never show somebody your personal face. See, George Thompson stays at home. Officer Thompson walks the streets, right? Or if I'm working for Nordstrom's, or if I'm working for a retail outfit, right? Or I'm working anywhere you want to name, George Thompson stays at home, and whoever Representative Thompson steps out. You understand? My personal face is showing my ego, my irritation, my disgust, my anger, whatever it might be. Now watch this. When I set context, you know what I did? I got rid of ego. And I provided a ground. You know what it's like to ground an electrical appliance, right? I provided grounds. Do you know that in all the 102 cultures I told you about, there's not a single one, I say there's not a single one, that a man could not step out of a car and maintain his personal face at this point, because I have not challenged him. No one would laugh at him if he said, oh, hell, I don't need that kind of trouble, officer. You know, I'm out. I understand. I'm out. There's no way you'll be teased if you get out here. So what I've done is provide a ground. See, that's my professionalism. You know, I've done some research on what constitutes police complaints, okay? And then I went and did some research on why teachers get complaints, all right? And they're the same. 100% of the complaints that people get in this country are usually based on their attitude or their tone expressed. We've already talked about that. 80% of those, however, also have in them major commentary about the fact the person didn't tell me why. Well, he stopped me and wouldn't tell me why. Made me sit on the curb and wouldn't tell me why, right? Gave me this grade and there's nothing on it, all right? Nothing on the paper, no explanation, wouldn't talk to me. I'll tell you what, you want to anger people.
Anti-crime be like, get in the effing car.
Explain. You want to calm and direct and have power over people? Explanation is the most powerful thing in the world, short of empathy. Now watch this. My guy was truly difficult because my guy didn't care about the open bottle. You know what he said? He said, I don't know nothing about that bottle, Jack. Now there's another thing that used to get me angry. I don't like to be called Jack, but I let it drift. I let it drift. See, my name's George. I don't like Jack, but I let it drift. He said, I don't know nothing about that bottle, Jack. He said, I took a bunch of guys to a party last night. Sam and the boys sat in the back. They drink that kind of whiskey. It's not my bottle, not my problem. I don't have to get out. Empathy for a minute. Remember, from the other person's point of view, is that a fairly decent argument? I mean, is that a reasonable argument? Not my bottle, I shouldn't be penalized for it? Sure. From my particular professional role as police officer, that's a bunch of you-know-what. But from his point of view, it makes some sense. So watch what I did. Not knowing what to do, I just did this. Whoosha! Come at him another way. Whoosha! Voice 3 and appeal 3. Tell me what I did here. I said, sir, listen to me. That's an interesting argument your bottle is saying. Let me tell you something.
From here, we're now about to travel about 300 miles straight. No exits, nothing. 300 miles straight. Yep.
The law sir doesn't make that argument. Let me tell you what the law says, okay? The law says you be in car, bottle be rolling around in car. You are responsible. Now, may not even be fair, but just so now listen to me. I'd like to think you'd step out and work with me, because for your safety, sir, I need to have you out. Then I'll take a look at that bottle. And that way, sir, you're going to be able to. Right now, sir, it looks like you might be able to go home in a minute. Put your feet up with the family, right? Eat at your own table, sir, and sleep in your own bed and go to work in the morning. This problem's going to be long gone. But sir, I want to stress another thing. If you don't cooperate, sir, then the law says you have to come with us. Put your feet up with us. Eat with us. Sleep with us. Sure, that's called an arrest. And I don't see any reason to make an arrest. That's a lot of paperwork for me. Think of towing your car. You want that nice car towed? Think of the dents they'll accidentally put on down there at the yard. You know, these things never come back the way they should, okay? I don't want that for you, sir. Would you work with me and step out? Now, you know what I did then? I gave him options. The third most powerful word in persuasion. Not threats. You know what's interesting? Hang on to this because you can take it out. There's no difference between an option and a threat in terms of content. All I'm telling this man is what? Bill, go home or go to jail, right? Let me ask him, why did I just say, you want to go home or go to jail? Well, that's not really a threat, but it sure is ineffective persuasion, because option A and option B, go to jail, sound identical. And if he's brain damaged, he might make a piece of bread not any good. You understand what I'm talking about? Getting people's minds hooked. I call it verbal come-along. This is a verbal come-along. This is a 5-step verbal come-along. You know what my guy did? He laughed. And he said to me, oh, hell, he said, I don't need that kind of trouble, officer. He said, I'm out of there. And he stepped out, and here, in one sentence, is the essence of verbal judo. He stepped out on the ground that I had built for him to stand on. Look at this. Every other communication course in the country has a lot of easy things, like never back a person into a corner. Oh yeah. Always allow a person away out of a corner. Oh yeah. Anybody ever tell you how to do it? I not only tell you how to do it, I just performed it. In other words, depending on your delivery system, the way you put it, you allow him to get out. If you threaten him, he can go nowhere. Right? If I had said, hey, you don't get out, we'll take you to jail. People on the streets, you know, if they work on the streets, you're going to work at home. 9 out of 10 people will do what you say if you can make it an option. All right? Make it an option. If, on the other hand, you make it a threat, 10 out of 10 people will fight you because they have to. See, there's no culture in which this man couldn't step out and still save his personal. If I maintain my professional face, what do I allow the citizen to maintain? What's his personal face? He doesn't have to be pushed. He doesn't have to look like he's some kind of wuss doing it because he's afraid. He can do it because I've given him some dignity and respect. Remember, respect.
Respect. Respect. Some nice blue lights over here.
Now, let's deal with the guy that doesn't get out. Like this kid that won't do what you say no matter what happens. Let's say, and I've had him not get out, let's say you get a guy who says, I'm not getting out, officer, why don't you just get to it, because I ain't getting out of this car. You know, until this course, cops had no other alternative but to take him out. But now notice something, if you take him out now, is he prepared for you? Does he think you're going to take him out? Yeah. I got something for you, and this has been tested across the country. There is a single sentence in law enforcement that's the most powerful in the world, and it may be the most powerful at home as well. Watch this. Woo-sha! Voice 4. An appeal, number 4. I'm going to call it confirmation. I am going to confirm that the words I hear and the meanings are as close to being identical as possible. Remember I said earlier that words go way out and meanings stay behind? But you know, some people mean very much what they say. Watch the sentence. First, watch me send it. Watch this. If you said that to me, Eddie, I'm not getting out of the car, why don't you do something about it? Whew, sir. Sir, anything, sir, I could say or do at this time to get you to work with me. I'd sure like to think we could do that. End of quotes. No. And isn't it my responsibility, if you say anything, sir, I could say or do at this time to get you to work with me, I'd sure like to think we could do that. End of quotes. Now, did you see any threat in my voice? And is not my professional... Is there anything I could say or do at this time to think we could do that? Now, if I've had a partner, Bill, let's say that you've been my partner on the other side of the car. We'll still use the police example. When you hear me go to the sentence, sir, anything I can say or do to get you to cooperate, you... Step 5, unless there's some opening here that I can use and continue to persuade him, step 5 is act before he finishes his next sentence. For example, if he says, yeah, that's right, I ain't getting shot, he's out and cuffed. Who's the surprised person? You are. You, when you hear the sentence, have already begun to move and take new cover based on however you and I may take a person out. We call it contact and cover in police work. Now watch this. Watch this. Number 1, nowhere here do I get upset because throughout the 5-step process, I know exactly where I am, right? Remember that Mark Dickey in Long Beach, when Don Jackson was giving him that hassle down in Long Beach, what I heard in his voice, you know, he kept telling Don Jackson, put your hands up, put your hands up, put your hands up, he kept repeating. What I hear in his eyes, ain't gonna, or making it worse. Now, number 1, 5, you're either, well, you can only be 4 places. You're either in the process, sir, would you cooperate with me? Ain't gonna do it. Telling them why process, providing a ground for being reasonable, giving them their options, and there are always options. And finally, okay? Now, in police work, imagine if I had to haul him out, and when he is not ready, so I take him by surprise, so I'm safer. So is he, because there won't be a big fight. Number 2, can I defend it in court? You bet I can, because I have to go to empty-hand control, Your Honor, because words failed and I can prove it. All right? I got no voluntary compliance, Your Honor, but I sure tried. And look at the last sentence I said to him. Sir, is there anything I could say or do to get you to work? I'd like to think so. And I would like to think so. I don't believe it for an instant, but I like to think so. All right? Now, let's put this at home. You think this is about police? You know where all the violence in America starts and ends? At home. Example. Suppose I told my son Taylor, hey, it's Friday night. Take out the trash. I'm in the asking process, right? Number one, voice one. Hey, Taylor, take out the trash before you go to that party. And he's 17. Suppose he says to me, hey, I haven't got time for trash tonight. Why don't you do it? You know, most parents go from asking to what? Threats. They go over to number three. They would think of turning in an option. Hey, you don't take out the trash. You're in your room all weekend, Jack. That's where most parents go. Because when they meet resistance, they lash out with their full power. Always a mistake. Watch this. Taylor says to me, I'm not going to take out the trash, Dad. I got too much to do. Whoa, whoosh-ah, right down to number two. Taylor, listen to me. Listen to me. Didn't you and I agree 7 or 8 months ago that every Friday night before you went out, you would have the trash out by curb? Remember the agreement? When trash cans out by curb, Taylor out the party. No trash cans out, no Taylor out. Didn't we agree on that? Why don't you just take the cans out and keep your word? I'd like to think you'd do that for me. And most kids probably would. They'd laugh and do it. But let's say they don't. Now, I haven't got time for that, Dad. Why don't you take it out? You know, you're not paying me enough. The heck with that. I don't have to do this. Now, most parents then move to threats. It takes a real pro to go up here. Options. It might sound like this. Taylor, listen to me. When cans out by curb, you at party. I'd like to see you go, too, by the way. You did well this week. That English grade, remember that? You're working well. There's no problems with it. But no cans out by curb? Taylor, not out to party. I'll tell you something. Part of the agreement wasn't that you had to do it. You had to see to it. So if you can bribe your mama, if you can bribe your sister, if you can get the next door neighbor to haul those cans out, I don't care how the cans get out, but you not out before cans out. When cans out, you out. And I can see him laughing and doing it. Right? Notice I haven't threatened him yet. The options are very clear. The line's very clear there. But suppose he said, well, I haven't got time for that. You know, this was BS. I don't have time for that. Whoosh-ah, Taylor. Is there anything I can say or do? Is there anything I can say or do at this time to get you to work with me? I'd like to think so. And he's just heard the last sentence from me. And he'll have a sense of that when I say, is there anything? But you know what's interesting? Let's say, yeah, I'm not going to do it. Go to your room. You're buried all weekend. That's it. Now, I'm going to send him to his room, and I'm going to do whatever punishment is appropriate in my family. He's not going anywhere. But here's what's interesting. What kind of boy am I going to have behind the door? Am I going to have a guy who's going to steep in the tea of righteous resentment for 16, 20 hours? Or do I have a guy who knows darn well he blew it? You see the difference? Verbal abuse starts and ends with technique. And verbal judo can give you that technique to turn a potential destructive argument into a kind of playful but nevertheless powerful way of redirecting people's behavior under pressure. And that you can take home, and you can take it to the bank, because you'll have more time to work and less time to mess around trying to discipline. So you have a 5-step hard style, one that is completely predictable. It'll allow you to know where you are at any given time and to attempt to play people around to a better position, one that's mutually beneficial for both you and for them. Now, trying to draw this together a little bit. You remember earlier I taught you the art of representation. That very simply was that figure 8. You never want to forget that. You stand between a rock and a hard place. If this is the department or the organization, you have to represent it to the customer or to the person on the street in such a manner, right, as to whoosha, bring them back into compliance. The crucial word there will be empathy. You've got to think like this guy here, and I'm going to come back to that in a minute. That's the crucial word. The second art that I teach in my longer course is known as the art of translation. How to put what you mean in words appropriate or most appropriate to the person you're talking to. Because if I'm talking to some little old lady from Pasadena, I would talk differently than if I was talking to some hard-nosed crip from East LA trying to give me a little trouble. But I no disrespect. Never any disrespect. But the words would be a little different. They'd be a little cleaner, a little more stark, and a little more authoritative. You understand? The crucial word here, remember, the essence of communication, you want to make it simple, is to take meaning one in your head and put meaning one in the other person's head. But in order to do that, you have to code it and send it appropriately. The crucial word here will be context. Putting it in their language. Great communicators, as I've watched them over the years, have an uncanny ability to speak the language of their audience. Okay? So if I have a classroom full, for example, of elderly citizens, I'm going to teach the same course, but I wouldn't use the same examples or the same level of language that I might use with some hard-nosed street cops. That makes some sense. In other words, what verbal judo enables you to do is find the right words for the right person at the right time and have an impact a power and assertiveness that you can't have if you haven't done this kind of tactical training. Now, the third art, which is the one I want to teach you here, which I did in the 5 steps, so I'm going to come back and look at it a different way, is called the art of mediation. All right? Now, if you take a look at the word media, it comes from Latin, meaning both middle, but also to cut across. That's why we call radio, TV, news broadcast media, because it means to cut across. For example, if you've ever gone with your spouse to a psychologist, you don't go to a psychologist, for example, to have them tell you what to do. You go so that he or she can help you cut back across the experience you're having with your spouse so that you can find a new way to deal with it. Now, I tell cops that's the bottom line of what we do for a living on the streets, and that's our great service. And I suspect as parents, that's probably your great service to your children, and as professionals working in the field, I know it's your great service to others. Let me make it clear. I'm going to take a police story and then I'll relate it again. I learned this about 8 months. I had for 6 months a very fine training officer from San Jose, California. And though he did not have these terms, he taught me much of the art that I now teach. About 2 months after I was on my own, I stopped a guy. We had a call that a man, approximately 6, 7, or 8, 275 to 300 pounds, white man, no shirt, sweating profusely, had left the bar in pieces. He had busted up some tables, and the bartender wanted him arrested for disorderly conduct, destruction of private property, and theft of services. Now, we had mostly one-man vehicles in the town I worked in, Kansas, and I remember thinking, oh boy, it'd be my luck just to run against this guy, you know. And sure enough, sharking behind some bars, about 20 minutes later, here is this guy. Now, he's in an alley. Now, the one thing that the dispatcher didn't know was he was holding a broken bottle. Huge bottle in his hand, quart bottle of whiskey, broken off against some rock or wall. And he's standing there. He looks like a house, he's so big. So the first thing I did, of course, was call for some help. I said, send me some dogs and sticks. I said, I got a man as big as a house down here. Now, because I'm in a black and white, you know, I can't simply sit there and lock the windows and doors and wait, and I can't drive away like the average citizen would do, just, you know, bye-bye. So I have to get out. Now, I got out, to use words, for one reason, to delay. I had no idea of anything called tactical communication. I have never had a course like this, okay, so I had to develop what I needed. But I got out of the car. To make a long story short, he's about where you are in the back row. Your name in the red sweater, sir, in the hat? Your name, sir? Ray. About where you are, Ray. I come out of the car this way, and I said to him, sir, excuse me, sir. And he got his attention. I said, listen to me. Understand you broke up some tables, sir, and left the bar without paying. I said, the bartender is pressing charges. Disorderly conduct, destruction of private property, theft of services. Sir, I need to have you put the bottle down and come with me. Would you do that for me, please? Well, verbal judo also started there, because people don't always do what you say when you tell them to. And he said, I ain't gonna do it, officer. He says, you're not big enough to take me. He says, come on, punk. He said, I'll hurt you bad. Come on. And he starts kind of like this drunken shuffle down the alley. Well, I thought he had a pretty good point, to tell you the truth, you know. So what I did, I had to wait. I had to buy time, so I pulled my stick and I stepped back, still keeping about the same 40 or 50 feet away. And here's what I said to him. Now, you're experts now, since you've been here long enough, you've got a sense of what I'm talking about. Listen to what I say. I didn't know to say this. I was just BSing him, okay? But of course, I teach the art of BS, if you look at it carefully. Most people have lost that great art. The art of shucking and jiving with people, it's a great art. Now watch this. I draw the stick and I said, what are you going to do, sir? Beat me up? I said, look at the size of you. I said, my God, as big as the house. I said, look at this face, sir. It's been hurt before. That's no big deal. I said, that's no big deal. I said, let me tell you something. Right now, sir, I'm just trying to arrest you for a misdemeanor. I said, do you understand what I'm talking about? A misdemeanor. Now, what's that? I said, what's that? That's overnight in jail. $30 if you're guilty. You're home with mama tomorrow. I said, you beat me up. I said, you hear those sirens, sir? They're coming for you. Men and dogs. People big sticks. People that like to fight. Now, you're going to hurt some of that. Let me tell you something. The bottom line is still going to be the same. You're going to jail. Doesn't matter how many of us it takes, but let me tell you something. Then you don't go for any misdemeanor. You're going to be looking at a felony. And I said, you can forget about overnight in jail. I said, last time I checked, a felony was what? Up to 90 days with no record, maybe $500, $600, $700 in fines and penalties. I said, you have yourself a job, sir. And he said, well, yeah. I said, you won't have when you get out, sir. I said, what about a woman? You got yourself a lady at home? Now, I didn't know this, but I thank goodness came up with the right response. He said, well, yeah. I said, well, she might be there when you get out, sir. See, if I'd said she wouldn't, he'd probably fight on those grounds. But instead, I was lucky enough to come up with the sentence, she might be there. I said, listen to me. I said, you can do what you want, okay? I said, if we fight, it's going to cost you some time and money. I said, you don't need that kind of trouble. I said, I don't need that kind of trouble. I said, I've had a rough night. I said, why don't you put that bottle down? Because let me tell you something. That bottle, sir, constitutes a felony as we stand here. I'm looking for a misdemeanor. The bartender was looking for a misdemeanor. Why don't you put the bottle down? I didn't see it. And you know, this guy looked at the bottle as if he had never seen it. And he looked at it and, gee, He dropped it. Well, then I didn't know what to do, so I snapped at him, turn around. By gosh, she did. It was like a house on wheels, you know, guy turning like this in the alley. So then I had to say something, so I said, put your hands behind you. By God, he did. Great big oak trees. And I went up and I had some hinge handcuffs and I just went click. One click, gentlemen. That's how big that man's wrists were. You know, usually there's numerous clicks. This was one click. That's how big that sucker was. But here's the point. I put him in the car and strapped him in. And I went 15, which means with prisoner, to the county jail. Now, there's the story. Here's the point. As I'm driving out of the alley, in the rearview mirrors, I see some patrol cars coming with lights, full of dogs and sticks. They were coming for a fight. They love to fight in the town I work. And, you know, I'm driving out of the alley, and I felt a strange kind of power. Now, I was 35 at the time, and I had never felt this power before. It was all I could do. It was all I could do not to turn to this guy and go, whoosha! Took you out. Because didn't I? I mean, here he is, a great big 300-pound man cuffed. My face is not bleeding. My uniform is not ripped. We had to pay for those, right? All those other officers are back in service to serve the community. I am hook and book, and I'm back on the streets in 10 minutes, right? And I thought, what is that? I said, that's a tremendous kind of power. So when my training sergeant, who was named Bruce Fair, formerly from San Jose and had come to Kansas, because he had inherited some farmland, and he continued to be a police officer, I said to Bruce, Bruce, what was that? I said, that really was kind of neat. He said, oh, that's nothing. Cops do it all the time. I said, well, maybe it's nothing to you. But I said, that is a strange kind of power. Talk to me about it. So here in debrief what we got, let me ask you something. When I get to the LA, is this man under the influence of liquor? Sure. Is he under the influence of rage? Sure. Is he under the influence of a need to look good? Always. And is he thinking well or thinking badly? Let me ask you something. When you get in a fight with your at the time. You think you're thinking, well, see what I mean by brain damaged? Now, I had always been taught, see, we're all brain damaged, human beings, very hard. I had always been taught to confront, all right, a man like that, but because the situation did not allow me to use my natural kind of distalent, right, I was forced to talk. What I actually did without realizing it, and I'll follow the diagram, was I redirected his behavior. And how did I do it? Well, look at this. Think of a misdemeanor, sir, versus a felony. There's one option. Think of $30, sir, versus $500, $600, $700, $800. Think of overnight in jail, sir, versus up to 90 days. Think of your job, sir. Think of your woman, sir. In short, think about it! Do what you want, because I gotta work 8 to 10 hours anyway. You know what cops do that is the greatest act in the country? Most of them. Not the guys we saw in the film, but most of them. We'll cut across our experiences out there and think for us as we might think for ourselves 48 to 72 hours later. Now, by think, look what I'm talking about. How many pieces of bait did I hang on my hook? Answer, 5. Think of your time, sir. Think of your money, sir. Think of your job, your girlfriend, and your record. I had 5 pieces of bait hanging on a hook. See why I call it a verbal come along? Mediation is the ability for me to stay calm. Now go back up here and take a look at something for a minute. Did I stand and represent the law and the bartender's complaint? Yes. And I had to do it to the subject, and I had to do it in such a manner as to whoosha, get him to cooperate. You see why I don't call him a name, why I don't challenge him, and why I keep my ego out of it. Because the moment I do that, we have conflict. You take that home. And you see why empathy is important? Empathy, basically, remember, means to understand. The whole time I'm dealing with him, I'm only running one sentence through my mind. Where's this man coming from? I say, what has he got to gain? I say, what has he got to lose? You know why? Because if you know what your kid, your spouse, or this man in an alley has to gain or lose, gain or lose, you've got something to use. That's an old principle of persuasion. If a man's got something to gain or lose, you've got something to use. And that's why the crucial word here, right, is options. You see how context comes in. I put it in his context. I translated. I didn't talk about the bartender and all the law. What I did was talk in language that would hit home. Time, money, girlfriend, job, and record. Everybody has something to lose. Almost everybody has something to lose. And the good communicator, when his life is on the line and when the other person's life, we can find a way to tap into that. If I can think for you as you might think for yourself, without the liquor, without the anger, without the fear, without the homeboys watching you, whatever, I can usually get you to do what I want you to do. All right? So I'll put it in language that hits home. That's why context is crucial. And look at the word options. When I got to the alley, How many options does this man have? Actually, only two. Number one, he can fight, or number two, he can run. Well, number two is out. Is he going to run from a guy my size? Never happen. Just never happen, okay? So he's got to fight. What did I do? By the way in which I delivered, remember? I'll deliver it in such a way that I'll provide grounds for you to stand on. Remember that from the earlier example? Remember that? I gave him a second option, and that option was be cool, baby. Skate. Go for overnight. Take your lump overnight. Don't wrap your life up in 90 days, lose your job, lose your woman, possibly have a bad career. There's no call for that. There's no call. Just be cool, baby. I'm working with you here. You understand? Now, that's what great cops, and I've watched them from coast to coast. I've been on the streets for 15 years. I've been watching people work. This is what the great cops, the Ron Fosters in Long Beach, the people that think for others as they might think for themselves, and they do it without even thinking about it. All I do is put a language to it. But notice options. You know what? There are only 4 total appeals to get people to do what you want. Okay? The very system I used in the alley, you should use with your children. Your job as parents, right, is not to make people do what they want to do, but to get them to do what you want them to do because of the way in which you handle them. Right? Explain to your child what they have to gain or lose. As I explained to Taylor. I said, Taylor, if you take trash out, then you go to a party. I'd like to see you do that. No cans, no party. Remember? That's the 5-step business, right? Mediation. Try to cut across people's experience in a different way so they learn. The greatest communicators are the greatest educators. Every time I talk to my daughter, Kelly, or my son, Taylor, it's my job to try to open their minds and educate them a little bit. So that when I'm no longer here, they can do the same thing for their children, and they can live a better, more profitable, less turbulent life than I had. Because I've made every mistake in the verbal judo manual. Every one. That's where these scars came from. A couple of divorces came from, and I'm not proud about, right? Most people are not given this kind of information. Now, the 4 appeals. The first, well, the one I just illustrated to you is really the second. This business, if I can hook you up by showing what you have to gain or lose, I'm using what I call the personal appeal. Think of that as meaning selfish. Are most people selfish, do you think? Sure, most people will not work against their best interests if they know what those interests are, right? The personal appeal says do it because it's good for you to do it. It makes sense for you to do it. So that's where empathy comes in. I've got to think like the warrior to see what you've got to lose. See, sir, if I can think what you have to lose. What's your name, sir, in the blue shirt? Victor? Blue shirt. Rocky. If I can think what you've got to gain or lose, I've got a way to put it that can make you act the way I would like you to. All right? For the betterment of both of us. Okay? I'm not out there conning you. I'm not raising your belief to cheat you of your pocketbook. I'm trying to bring us to a more peaceful conclusion. It's called the personal appeal. Okay? The personal appeal. Get people to do what you want them to do because they see there's a good reason to do it. And you got to know you're the person you're talking to be able to do it. You know what the most necessary appeal is? There's only one more powerful than that one. And it's called the ethical appeal. And my whole course is about that. Take the word ethics. The word ethical comes from the Greek word ethos, which means something like self, the professional self presented. Do you know what? You know what's amazing? As I've studied cops and I've studied teachers and I've studied business people and salespeople and insurance people, do you know what's amazing? Most people will do what you want them to do if they believe in you. On the streets it sounds like this, well, I'll go with that, officer, I ain't going with him. Right? We hear that all the time. Or somebody says, well,
Look up verbal judo on YouTube. I just showed it a moment ago. I don't know this guy's name, though. What's his name? George Thompson. Now I know his name as well.
Go and buy from that person, I'm not going to buy from this person. All right? You know, if you can conduct yourself with dignity and respect, and if you can give dignity and respect to others, which is the hallmark of the United States, there is no better. There is only difference. Remember? There is no better. There is only difference. And this country should glorify in the difference, which means if we are the only country in the world that is a melting pot of hundreds of different cultures, right, then we need to have a communication system, right, that will allow us to interact with people on a more civilized basis. Because if we do not, we will destroy ourselves from within, and I think there is no question about that. And the great thing about verbal judo is it will enable you to have that kind of system. It will enable you to deal with people that you don't like. people you don't even respect, but that you now know you have to give some respect to if you wish to modify or change their behavior, which you may well be in a
respect
to, if not in your professional life, then in your personal life. The ethical appeal. Most people will do what you want them to if they believe in you. If you don't have that, no other appeal works. Then the personal is the second most powerful. Do it because it's good for you. And I'll show that to you. That's my service. See, we protect people from themselves and we think for them. That's our service. We think for people. And I think that's a great sales. If I go to buy a car and some guy pushes a car on me, that he should know from my readout, right? I cannot really afford 6 or 8 months down the line. I'm going to get frustrated and return it, or I'm going to go in debt and it's going to be repossessed. You know, the greatest friend you have is someone who thinks for you when you might think for yourself, right? Better later. I go there and I want this car and I'm all, I can't wait to get in this and drive, but maybe I can't afford it. Give me the salesman who says, George Wayman, I know you like the car. I like you in the car, but I'd like you in the car 4 years from now, 3 years from now, better than I'd like it now. All right? Try this one. This is going to cause you less stress, less frustration. All right? Let me see if I can't sell you something that really is good for you now. I don't want you returning it. I don't want you to feel bad. Think of that. I mean, you don't hear salespeople say, that guy's thinking of his commission. I say, think of the person you're dealing with, all right? So, the ethical, do it because I'm the kind of person dealing with you. The personal, right? There is another one called reason. And this is, by the way, this is why persuasion is so necessary. Do you know that most people don't do anything because of logic or reason? They find good reason for it later. Reason is one of the weakest appeals in the world. How much of what you do is based on good reason, right? Usually after the fact. Reasoning has to do with reasoning, common sense, and logic. And common sense, by the way, would you not agree with me? Common sense is a highly uncommon commodity under pressure, right? And that's where this is, again, why verbal judo is so necessary. And under pressure, I can make him lose his common sense, and the moment he loses his common sense, he's history, right? So I train people, if you will, on how to maintain, quote, common sense, street savvy, right? The martial arts of the mind and the mouth, so we can actually have a better society, because there are no answers politicians will give you that is better than this one. The day we can get our mind and our mouth in harmony, with our children first and our spouses second, right? And then we can do it with our neighbors, and then we can do it with our community. We will build from the inside out the strongest nation in the world. And as long as we're putting people down, humiliating people, racially epithetating people, right, trying to make people feel bad, climbing on their shoulders and heads to make them feel bad, we will have a country rift, torn apart by anger, right, hatred, and distrust. I offer you tactical communication. I offer you a way of doing it better, a mind and mouth harmony that can bring you pride and peace at home, as well as on the streets. I do thank you for your attention. You've been a heck of a good audience. Thank you. Whoosha! Thank you.
Whoosha!
Thank you.
It is so dark you can't even see me. But I'll turn the light on because I want to say something. Whoosha! George Thompson. I wonder if he has other stuff though. You are just a such and such.
each of us, no matter who we are, have dreams for ourselves. And all of us also have fears. Lovey Ajayi Jones has spent lots of time thinking about the intersection of these two things.
Pennsylvania Turnpike to answer your question down here.
Your dreams. Here to break this all down for us is Lovey Ajayi Jones. Welcome, Lovey. Hi, Lovey. How are you doing? Doing well.
What happened to TED Talks that are actually at a, I guess because of the pandemic, they've all been doing like Zoom stuff, you know? Pennsylvania Turnpike.
video. Yes, it is a scrambled egg. But as you look at it, I hope you'll begin to feel just slightly uneasy. Because you may notice that what's actually happening is that the egg is unscrambling itself. And you'll now see the yolk and the white have separated, and now they're going to be poured back into the egg. And we all know in our heart of hearts that this is not the way the universe works. A scrambled egg is mush, tasty mush, but it's mush. An egg is a beautiful, sophisticated thing that can create even more sophisticated things, such as chickens. And we know in our heart of hearts that the universe does not travel from mush to complexity. In fact, this gut instinct is reflected in one of the most fundamental laws of physics, the second law of thermodynamics, or the law of entropy. What that says basically is that the general tendency of the universe is to move from order and structure to lack of order, lack of structure, in fact to mush. And that's why that video feels a bit strange. And yet, look around us. What we see around us is staggering complexity. Eric Beinhocker estimates that in New York City alone, there are some 10 billion SKUs or distinct commodities being traded. That's hundreds of times as many species as there are on Earth. And they're being traded by a species of almost 7 billion individuals who are linked by trade, travel, and the internet into a global system of stupendous complexity. So here's a great puzzle. In a universe ruled by the second law of thermodynamics, how is it possible to generate the sort of complexity I've described, the sort of complexity represented by you and me and the convention center? Well, the answer seems to be the universe can create complexity, but with great difficulty. In pockets, there appear what my colleague Fred Spear calls Goldilocks conditions. Not too hot, not too cold, just right for the creation of complexity. And slightly more complex things appear. And where you have slightly more complex things, you can get slightly more complex things. And in this way, complexity builds stage by stage. Each stage is magical because it creates the impression of something utterly new, appearing almost out of nowhere in the universe. We refer in big history to these moments as threshold moments. And at each threshold, the going gets tougher. The complex things get more fragile, more vulnerable. The Goldilocks conditions get more stringent, and it's more difficult to create complexity. Now, we, as extremely complex creatures, desperately need to know this story of how the universe creates complexity despite the second law, and why complexity means vulnerability and fragility. And that's the story that we tell in big history. But to do it, you have to do something that may at first sight seem completely impossible. You have to survey the whole history of the universe. So let's do it. Let's begin by winding the timeline back 13.7 billion years to the beginning of time. Around us, there's nothing. There's not even time or space. Imagine the darkest, emptiest thing you can and cube it a gazillion times. So that's where we are. And then suddenly, bam! A universe appears, an entire universe. And we've crossed our first threshold. The universe is tiny of an atom. It's incredibly hot. It contains everything that's in it. It's busting. And it's expanding at incredible speed. And at first it's just a blur, but very quickly distinct things begin to appear in that blur. Within the first second, energy itself shatters into distinct forces, including electromagnetism and gravity. And energy does something else quite magical. It congeals to form matter.
Take care, Melissa.
That'll create protons and leptons that include electrons. And all of that happens in the first second. Now we move forward 380,000 years. That's twice as long as humans have been on this planet. And now simple atoms appear of hydrogen and helium. Now, I want to pause for a moment, 380,000 years after the origins of the universe, because we actually know quite a lot about the universe at this stage. We know above all that it was extremely simple. It consisted of huge clouds of hydrogen and helium atoms, and they have no structure.
William Swenson, who recently was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor for his actions on September 8th, 2009. On that day, a column of American and Afghan troops were making their way through part of Afghanistan to help protect a group of government officials, a group of Afghan government officials who'd be meeting with some local village elders. The column came under ambush and was surrounded on three sides. And amongst many other things, Captain Swenson was recognized for running into live fire to rescue the wounded and pull out the dead. One of the people he rescued was a sergeant, and he and a comrade were making their way to a medevac helicopter. And what was remarkable about this day is, by sheer coincidence, one of the medevac medics happened to have a GoPro camera on his helmet and captured the whole scene on camera. It shows Captain Swenson and his comrade bringing this wounded soldier who received a gunshot to the neck. They put him in the helicopter, and then you see Captain Swenson bend over and give him a kiss before he turns around to rescue more. I saw this, and I thought to myself, where do people like that come from? What is that? That is some deep, deep emotion when you would want to do that. There's a love there. And I want to know, why is it that I don't have people that I work with like that? You know, in the military, they give medals to people who are willing to sacrifice themselves so that others may gain. In business, we give bonuses to people who are willing to sacrifice others so that we may gain. Right? So I asked myself, where do people like this come from? And my initial conclusion was that they're just better people. That's why they're attracted to the military. These better people are attracted to this concept of service. But that's completely wrong. What I learned is that it's the environment. And if you get the environment right, every single one of us has the capacity to do these remarkable things.
TED Talks, guys, TED Talks.
I've had the great honor of getting to meet some of these who we would call heroes, who've put themselves and put their lives at risk to save others. And I asked them, why would you do it? Why did you do it? And they all say the same thing, because they would have done it for me. It's this deep sense of trust and cooperation. So trust and cooperation are really important here. The problem with concepts of trust and cooperation is that they are feelings, they're not instructions. I can't simply say to you, trust me, and you will. I can't simply instruct two people to cooperate and they will. It's not how it works. It's a feeling. So where does that feeling come from? If you go back 50,000 years to the Paleolithic era, to the early days of Homo sapien, what we find is that the world was filled with danger. All of these forces working very, very hard to kill us. Nothing personal. Whether it was the weather, lack of resources, maybe a saber-toothed tiger, all of these things working to reduce our lifespan. And so we evolved into social animals, where we live together and work together in what I call a circle of safety, inside the tribe, where we felt like we belonged. And when we felt safe amongst our own, the natural reaction was trust and cooperation. There are inherent benefits to this. It means I can fall asleep at night and trust that someone from within my tribe will watch for danger. If we don't trust each other, if I don't trust you, that means you won't watch for danger. Bad system of survival. The modern day is exactly the same thing. The world is filled with danger, things that are trying to frustrate our lives or reduce our success, reduce our opportunity for success. It could be the ups and downs of an economy, the uncertainty of the stock market. It could be a new technology that renders your business model obsolete overnight. Or it could be your competition that is sometimes trying to kill you. It's sometimes trying to put you out of business, but at the very minimum is working hard to frustrate your growth and steal your business from you. We have no control over these forces. These are a constant and they're not going away. The only variable are the conditions inside the organization. And that's where leadership matters, because it's the leader that sets the tone. When a leader makes the choice to put the safety and lives of the people inside the organization first, to sacrifice their comforts and sacrifice the tangible results so that the people remain and feel safe and feel like they belong, remarkable things happen. I was flying on a trip and I was witness to an incident where a passenger attempted to board before their number was called. And I watched the gate agent treat this man like he had broken the law, like a criminal. He was yelled at for attempting to board one group too soon. So I said something. I said, why do you have to treat us like cattle? Why can't you treat us like human beings? And this is exactly what she said to me. She said, sir, if I don't follow the rules, I could get in trouble or lose my job. All she was telling me is that she doesn't feel safe. All she was telling me is that she doesn't trust her leaders. The reason we like flying Southwest Airlines is not because they necessarily hire better people, it's because they don't fear their leaders. You see, if the conditions are wrong, we're forced to expend our own time and energy to protect ourselves from each other. And that inherently weakens the organization. When we feel safe inside the organization, we will naturally combine our talents and our strengths and work tirelessly to face the dangers outside and seize the opportunities. The closest analogy I can give to what a great leader is, it's like being a parent. If you think about what being a great parent is, what do you want? What makes a great parent? We want to give our child opportunities, education, discipline them when necessary, all so that they can grow up and achieve more than we could for ourselves. Great leaders want exactly the same thing. They want to provide their people opportunity, education, discipline when necessary, build their self-confidence, give them the opportunity to try and fail, all so that they could achieve more than we could ever imagine for ourselves.
You get YouTube Premium, you won't see any ads.
A company called Next Jump in New York City, a tech company, he makes the point that if you had hard times in your family, would you ever consider laying off one of your children? We would never do it. Then why do we consider laying off people inside our organization? Charlie implemented a policy of lifetime employment. If you get a job at Next Jump, you cannot get fired for performance issues. In fact, if you have issues, they will coach you and they will give you support, just like we would with one of our children who happens to come home with a C from school. It's the complete opposite. This is the reason so many people have such a visceral hatred, sort of anger at some of these banking CEOs with their disproportionate salaries and bonus structures. It's not the numbers. It's that they have violated the very definition of leadership. They have violated this deep-seated social contract. We know that they allowed their people to be sacrificed so they could protect their own interests, or worse, they sacrificed their people to protect their own interests. This is what so offends us, not the numbers. Would anybody be offended if we gave a $150 million bonus to Gandhi? How about a $250 million bonus to Mother Teresa? Do we have an issue with that? None at all. None at all. Great leaders would never sacrifice the people to save the numbers. They would sooner sacrifice the numbers to save the people. Bob Chapman, who runs a large manufacturing company in the Midwest called Barry Waymiller, in 2008 was hit very hard by the recession, and they lost 30% of their orders overnight. Now, in a large manufacturing company, this is a big deal, and they could no longer afford their labor pool. They needed to save $10 billion. So, like so many companies today, the board got together and discussed layoffs. And Bob refused. You see, Bob doesn't believe in head counts. Bob believes in heart counts. And it's much more difficult to simply reduce the heart count. And so they came up with a furlough program. Every employee from secretary to CEO was required to take 4 weeks of unpaid vacation. They could take it any time they wanted, and they did not have to take it. But it was how the program mattered so much. He said it's better that we should all suffer a little than any of us should have to suffer a lot. And morale went up. They saved $20 million. And most importantly, as would be expected, when the people feel safe and protected by the leadership in the organization, the natural reaction is to trust and cooperate. And quite spontaneously, nobody expected, people started trading with each other. Those who could afford it more would trade with those who could afford it less. People would take 5 eats so that somebody else only had to take 3. Leadership is a choice. It is not a rank. I know many people at the senior-most levels of organizations who are absolutely not leaders. They are authorities, and we do what they say because they have authority over us, but we would not follow them. And I know many people who are at the bottoms of organizations who have no authority, and they are absolutely leaders. And this is because they have chosen to look after the person to the left of them, and they have chosen to look after the person to the right of them. This is what a leader is. I heard a story of some Marines who were out in theater, and as is the Marine custom, the officer ate last, and he let his men eat first. And when they were done, there was no food left for him. And when they went back out in the field, his men brought him some of their food so that he may eat. Because that's what happens. We call them leaders because they go first. We call them leaders because they take the risk before anybody else does. We call them leaders because they will choose to sacrifice so that their people may be safe and protected and so that their people may gain. And when we do, the natural response is that our people will sacrifice for us. They will give us their blood, and sweat, and tears to see that their leader's vision comes to life. And when we ask them, why would you do that? Why would you give your blood and sweat and tears for that person? They all say the same thing. Because they would have done it for me. And isn't that the organization we would all like to work with? Thank you very much.
Well, I would like to start with testicles. Men who sleep 5 hours a night have significantly smaller testicles than those who sleep 7 hours or more.
What?
In addition, men who routinely sleep just 4 to 5 hours a night will have a level of testosterone which is that of someone 10 years their senior. So a lack of sleep will age a man by a decade in terms of that critical aspect of wellness. And we see equivalent impairments in female reproductive health caused by lack of sleep. This is the best news that I have for you today. From this point, it may only get worse. Not only will I tell you about the wonderfully good things that happen when you get sleep, but the alarmingly bad things that happen when you don't get enough, both for your brain and for your body. Let me start with the brain and the functions of learning and memory. Because what we've discovered over the past 10 or so years is that you need sleep after learning to essentially hit the save button on those new memories so that you don't forget. But recently we discovered that you also need sleep before learning. And now to actually prepare your brain, almost like a dry sponge, ready to initially soak up new information. And without sleep, the memory circuits of the brain essentially become waterlogged, as it were, and you can't absorb new memories. So let me show you the data. Here in this study, we decided to test the hypothesis that pulling the all-nighter was a good idea. So we took a group of individuals and we assigned them to one of 2 experimental groups, a sleep group and a sleep deprivation group. Now the sleep group, they're going to get a full 8 hours of slumber. But the deprivation them awake in the laboratory under full supervision. There's no naps or caffeine, by the way, so it's miserable for everyone involved. And then the next day, we're going to place those participants inside an MRI scanner. And we're going to have them try and learn a whole list of new facts as we're taking snapshots of brain activity. And then we're going to test them to see how effective that learning has been. And that's what you're looking at here on the vertical axis. And when you put those two groups head to head, what you find is a quite significant 40% deficit in the ability of the brain to make new memories without sleep. I think this should be concerning considering what we know is happening to sleep in our education populations right now. In fact, to put that in context, it would be the difference in a child acing an exam versus failing it miserably, 40%. And we've gone on to discover what goes wrong within your brain to produce the types of learning disabilities. And there's a structure that sits on the left and the right side of your brain called the hippocampus. And you can think of the hippocampus almost like the informational inbox of your brain. It's very good at receiving new memory files and then holding on to them. And when you look at this structure in those people who had a full night of sleep, we saw lots of healthy learning-related activity. Yet in those people who were sleep deprived, we actually couldn't find any significant signal whatsoever. So it's almost as though sleep deprivation had shut down your memory inbox, and any new incoming files, they were just being bounced. You couldn't effectively commit new experiences to memory. So that's the bad that can happen if I were to take sleep away from you. But let me just come back to that control group for a second. Do you remember those folks that got a full 8 hours of sleep? Well, we can ask a very different question. What is it about the physiological quality of your sleep when you do? And by placing electrodes all over the head, what we've discovered is that there are big, powerful brain waves that happen during the very deepest stages of sleep that have riding on top of them these spectacular bursts of electrical activity that we call sleep spindles. And it's the combined quality of these deep sleep brain waves that acts like file transfer mechanism at night, shifting memories from a short-term vulnerable reservoir to a more permanent long-term storage site within the brain, and therefore protecting them, making them safe. And it is important that we understand what during sleep actually transacts these memory benefits, because there are real medical and societal implications. And let me just tell you about one area that we've moved this work out into clinically, which is the context of aging and dementia. Because it's, of course, no secret that as we get older, our learning and memory abilities begin to fade and decline. But what we've also discovered is that a physiological signature of aging is that your sleep gets worse, especially that deep quality of sleep that I was just discussing. And only last year, we finally published evidence that these two things, they're not simply co-occurring, they are significantly interrelated. And it suggests that the disruption of deep sleep is an underappreciated factor that is contributing to cognitive decline or memory decline in aging, and most recently we've discovered in Alzheimer's disease as well. Now, I know this is remarkably depressing news. It's in the mail, it's coming at you, but there's a potential silver lining here. Unlike many of the other factors that we know are associated with aging, for example, changes in the physical structure of the brain, that's fiendishly difficult to treat. But that sleep is a missing piece in the explanatory puzzle of aging and Alzheimer's is exciting because we may be able to do something about it. And one way that we are approaching this at my sleep center is not by using sleeping pills, by the way. Unfortunately, they are blunt instruments that do not produce naturalistic sleep. Instead, we're actually developing a method based on this, It's called direct current brain stimulation. You insert a small amount of voltage into the brain, so small you typically don't feel it, but it has a measurable impact. Now, if you apply this stimulation during sleep in young, healthy adults, as if you're sort of singing in time with those deep sleep brainwaves, not only can you amplify the size of those deep sleep brainwaves, but in doing so, we can almost double the amount of memory benefit that you get from sleep. The question now is whether we can translate this same affordable, potentially portable piece of technology into older adults and those with dementia. Can we restore back some healthy quality of deep sleep? And in doing so, can we salvage aspects of their learning and memory function? That is my real hope now. That's one of our moonshot goals, as it were. So that's an example of sleep for your brain, but sleep is just as essential for your body. We've already spoken about sleep loss and your reproductive system. Or I could tell you about sleep loss and your cardiovascular system, and that all it takes is 1 hour. Because there is a global experiment performed on 1.6 billion people across 70 countries twice a year. And it's called daylight savings time. Now, in the spring, when we lose 1 hour of sleep, we see a subsequent 24% increase in heart attacks that following day. In the autumn, when we gain an hour of sleep, we see a 21% reduction in heart attacks. Isn't that incredible? And you see exactly the same profile for car crashes, road traffic accidents, even suicide rates.
What?
But as a deeper dive, I want to focus on this: sleep loss and your immune system. And here I'll introduce these delightful blue elements in the image. They are called natural killer cells. And you can think of natural killer cells almost like the citrus unwanted elements and eliminating them. In fact, what they're doing here is destroying a cancerous tumor mass. So what you wish for is a virile set of these immune assassins at all times. And tragically, that's what you don't have if you're not sleeping enough. So here in this experiment, you're not going to have your sleep deprived for an entire night. You're simply going to have your sleep restricted to 4 hours for one single night. And then we're going to look to see what's the percent reduction in immune cell activity that you suffer. And it's not small, it's not 10%, it's not 20%. There was a 70% drop in natural killer cell activity. That's a concerning state of immune deficiency. And you can perhaps understand why we're now finding significant links between short sleep duration and your risk for the development of numerous forms of cancer. Currently, that list includes cancer of the bowel, cancer of the prostate, and cancer of the breast. In fact, the link between a lack of sleep and cancer is now so strong that the World Health Organization has classified any form of nighttime shift work as a probable carcinogen because of a disruption of your sleep-wake rhythms. So you may have heard of that old maxim that you can sleep when you're dead. Well, I'm being quite serious now. It is mortally unwise advice. We know this from epidemiological studies across millions of individuals. There's a simple truth. The shorter your sleep, the shorter your life. Short sleep predicts all-cause mortality. And if increasing your risk for the development of cancer or even Alzheimer's disease were not sufficiently disquieting, we have since discovered that a lack of sleep will even erode the very fabric of biological life itself, your DNA genetic code. So here in this study, They took a group of healthy adults and they limited them to 6 hours of sleep a night for 1 week. And then they measured the change in their gene activity profile relative to when those same individuals were getting a full 8 hours of sleep a night. And there were two critical findings. First, a sizable and significant 711 genes were distorted in their activity, caused by a lack of sleep. The second result was that about half of those genes were actually increased in their activity. The other half were decreased. Now, those genes that were switched off by a lack of sleep were genes associated with your immune system. So once again, you can see that immune deficiency. In contrast, those genes that were actually upregulated or increased by way of a lack of sleep were genes associated with the promotion of tumors, genes associated with long-term chronic inflammation within the body, and genes associated with stress and, as a consequence, cardiovascular disease. There is simply no aspect of your wellness that can retreat at the sign of sleep deprivation and get away unscathed. It's rather like a broken water pipe in your home. Sleep loss will leak down into every nook and cranny of your physiology. Even tampering with the very DNA nucleic alphabet that spells out your daily health narrative.
Oh, F this. I'm going to sleep more from now on.
And at this point, you may be thinking, my goodness, how do I start to get better sleep? What are your tips for good sleep? Well, beyond avoiding the damaging and harmful impact of alcohol and caffeine on sleep, and if you're struggling with sleep at night, avoiding naps during the day, I have two pieces of advice for you. The first is regularity. Go to bed at the same time, wake up at the same time, no matter whether it's the weekday or the weekend. Regularity is king, and it will anchor your sleep and improve the quantity and the quality of that sleep. The second is keep it cool. Your body needs to drop its core temperature by about 2 to 3 degrees Fahrenheit to initiate sleep and then to stay asleep. And it's the reason you will always find it easier to fall asleep in a room that's too cold than too hot. So aim for a bedroom temperature of around 65 degrees or about 18 degrees Celsius. That's going to be optimal for the sleep of most people. And then finally, in taking a step back, then, what is the mission critical statement here? Well, I think it may be this. Sleep, unfortunately, is not an optional lifestyle luxury. Sleep is a non-negotiable biological necessity.
Wow.
It is your life support system, and it is Mother Nature's best effort yet at immortality. And the decimation of sleep throughout industrialized nations is having a catastrophic impact on our health, our wellness, even the safety and the education of our children. It's a silent sleep loss epidemic, and it is fast becoming one of the greatest public health challenges that we face in the 21st century. I believe it is now time for us to reclaim our right to a full night of sleep, and without embarrassment or that unfortunate stigma of laziness. And in doing so, we can be reunited with the most powerful elixir of life, the Swiss Army knife of health, as it were.
Hey, now I sleep in the daytime.
Box rant over, I will simply say good night, good luck, and above all, I do hope you sleep well. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
As I'm drinking bang.
Thank you so much.
No. Stay there for a second. Good job not running away, though. I appreciate that. So that was terrifying.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you, thank you. Since we can't catch up on sleep, what are we supposed to do? What do we do when we're like tossing and turning in bed late at night or doing shift work or whatever else?
So you're right, we can't catch up on sleep. Sleep is not like the bank. You can't accumulate a debt and then hope to pay it off at a later point in time. I should also note the reason that it's so catastrophic and that our health deteriorates so quickly. First is because human beings are the only species that deliberately deprive themselves of sleep for no apparent reason.
Because we're smart.
And I make that point because what it means is that Mother Nature, throughout the course of evolution, has never had to face the challenge of this thing called sleep deprivation. So she's never developed a safety net. And that's why when you undersleep, things just sort of implode so quickly, both within the brain and the body. So you just have to prioritize.
Okay. So, but tossing and turning in bed, what do I do?
So if you are staying in bed awake for too long, you should get out of bed and go to a different room and do something different. The reason is because your brain will very quickly associate your bedroom with the place of wakefulness. And you need to break that association. So only return to bed when you are sleepy, and that way you will relearn the association that you once had, which is your bed is the place of sleep. So the analogy would be, you'd never sit at the dinner table waiting to get hungry. So why would you lie in bed waiting to get sleepy?
All right. Well, thank you for that wake-up call. Great job, Matt.
Very welcome. Thank you very much.
He said thank you for that wake-up call.
But we see with the brain as well. And we see with the eyes, but we see with the brain as well. And seeing with the brain is often called imagination. And we are familiar with the landscapes of our own imagination, our inscapes. We've lived with them all our lives. But there are also hallucinations as well. And hallucinations are completely different. They don't seem to be of our creation. They don't seem to be under control. They seem to come from the outside and to mimic perception. So I'm going to be talking about hallucinations and a particular sort of visual hallucination which I see among my patients. A few months ago I got a phone call from a nursing home where I work. They told me that one of their residents, an old lady in her 90s, was seeing things, and they wondered if she'd gone bonkers, or because she was an old lady, whether she'd had a stroke or whether she had Alzheimer's. And so they asked me if I would come and see Rosalie, the old lady. I went in to see her. It was evident straight away that she was perfectly sane and lucid and of good intelligence, but she'd been very startled and very bewildered because she'd been seeing things. And she told me, the nurses hadn't mentioned this, that she was blind, that she had been completely blind from macular degeneration for 5 years, but now for the last few days she'd been seeing things. So I said, what sort of things? And she said, people in Eastern dress, in drapes, walking up and down stairs. A man who turns towards me and smiles, but he had huge teeth on one side of his mouth. Animals too. I see a white building, it's snowing, a soft snow. I see this horse with a harness dragging the snow away. Then one night, the scene changes. I see cats and dogs walking towards me. They come to a certain point and then stop. Then it changes again. I see a lot of children. They're walking up and down stairs. They wear bright colors, rose and blue, like Eastern dress. Sometimes, she said, before the people come on, she may hallucinate pink and blue squares on the floor, which seem to go up to the ceiling. So...
He stated that he was the Lord of the Rings, and he said, "My precious, my precious." It's hard to find a good talk sometimes, I gotta say.
The power of yet. I heard about a high school in Chicago where students had to pass a certain number of courses to graduate, and if they didn't pass a course, they got the grade not yet. And I thought that was fantastic, because if you get a failing grade, you think, I'm nothing, I'm nowhere. But if you get the grade not yet, you understand that you're on a learning curve. It gives you a path into the future. Not yet also gave me insight into a critical event early in my career, a real turning point. I wanted to see how children coped with challenge and difficulty. So I gave 10-year-olds problems that were slightly too hard for them. Some of them reacted in a shockingly positive way. They said things like, I love a challenge. Or, you know, I was hoping this would be informative. They understood that their abilities could be developed. They had what I call a growth mindset. But other students felt it was
The song is called I Believe.
Are there any Russians here tonight? Russians in the house? Hey, we got a bunch of Yugoslavians. Why couldn't we have any Russians? Is there one over there? Are you? Where are you from? St. Petersburg. It's Russian. And you speak Russian, obviously? It's funny because I just recently learned how to say how are you in Russian. And I'm mad that I didn't know this before. Do you know how to say how are you in Russian, Emil? Cock dealer. I'm not calling you that. I'm saying that's how you... Russian dude walks over and goes, cock dealer! I go, hey, yo! No. When you find veg dealers, send her over. I like the way Russian sounds. To me, it sounds funny. I mean, not in a bad way, but in a fun way. You ever heard people speaking Russian, Emil? It's amazing. They just sound like they're talking backwards. Vladimir, it's called That's a real swear word, isn't it? Bled. That's a real swear word in Russian. Bled. It's almost like they didn't have a swear word, and then some guy drank too much vodka. Boris, how do you feel? Bled. He feels bled. Suka. What's your name, my Russian friend? What? Marina. Marina. Let me ask you something, Marina. You got a shot on Marina there, Lane? There we are. Good. Hey, Marina. See. I have these two Russian plumbers working on my house in Los Angeles right now. And every day when they come to work and they see me, they say my name and then they giggle. Every fucking time. And they don't ever call me Russell, they call me by my last name and they laugh every time. They walk in and go, good morning, Mr. Peter. Excuse me, Mr. Peter. Every time they laugh. And I asked one of my Russian friends, I go, hey, why the fuck do they laugh every time they say my last name? Oh, because your last name means. Is that true, Marina?
Mr. Peter.
Good. Is that your dad with you, sir? Good. All right. And that's you're the dad I'm thinking of those two kids? Nice. What's your name, Dad? Jay. And what are your boys' names? What? Zaid or Zane? Zaid with a D. And then Tard. And then you're Jay. Am I the only one who notices an inconsistency here? Huh? Jay Musa? Jay Musa. That's better. All right, Jay? And where are you from? Oh, from Jordan. Oh, okay. I've been there. I got some friends there. And how old are your boys? 17 and 14. Why does 14 look older than you for some reason? A 14-year-old Arab kid is like the equivalent to a 23-year-old white kid. You realize that? That's... Wow. And so this is what you decided to do, Jay? Bring them to see me? What happened? You live in Houston. Okay. Yeah, I know. I get it. I'll get back to you later when your English processor catches up again. No, we live in Houston. Chara. Good.
got some service issues. No, we don't.
Japanese. That happened. Like your mom's Japanese? Dad's Japanese got game too. Hey. Is he Japanese American or Japanese Japanese? Real Japanese. That's hardcore. How did he meet your mom? After the war. Which one? World War II. Oh, so he grew up here. No. He was a kid in Japan. And how old was he when he moved to America? 30. Oh, he wasn't a kid. Yeah, he grew up in Japan.
I like
So
the
he had
one
an
where he
accent
just
and
does the jokes and not versus like interacting with the audience. Still funny though, but you know what I mean.
That's it. That's the only thing we can all do in unison. Oh, you're Indian? I'm Indian. Like, look at, yeah. Was it Yash, Yosh, Kush? That's what it was, yeah. Kush, you're obviously Punjabi. I don't know what gave it away. And the guy beside you is as well. And then the other guy beside you is. And then the guy in the end is Mexican or something. Or some sort of cholo that just got out of jail. But, you just, yeah, look at him. Hey, fool, if my PO sees this, I'm in trouble. With the camera up, mi cabrón.
Cabron.
How do you end up with a bunch of Indian dudes? Are they all your friends? That's hilarious. What'd you do, eh? If I grow a mustache, can I hang out? What's your name, bro? Arturo. I like when the Mexican guy gives you their white name. Art. Manny. Joe.
This.
Arturo, Manuel, and Jose. You need to know this, Art. Indians are f***ed up. Like you're hanging out with 3 Indian dudes, but all 3 of them are from the same part of India. That's why they're hanging out together. Oh, you're Indian too, sweetheart? Oh, that guy over there too. He stuffed another one in there. But he got tattoos so he can pass. You know what I mean? He's like, is there a tattoo on your head? What is that? What did you get? So your hair fell out and then you said, what is that?
Russell Peters, hilarious. Yeah. Whoa. Copyright, damn it. Damn XM radio. I'll be right back. Someone mentioned they needed to use the bathroom earlier. Well, here's the opportunity over here. Gotta take this Burger King now too. Okay, let's get out of here. Ah. Why is it that the most viewed stand-up comedy is all Indian guys? Like I'm thinking, it's all Indian guys. My First Relationship by Aishwarya Monaraj. He was Indian and so was I. We danced like a Bollywood romance, unlike any other. Then we got married. It was an arranged marriage. ETA 4 hours. Oy vey.
Well, out loud. Yeah, I got a problem. I just say, hey, comedy, huh? We're really doing it, folks. Thanks for coming out. Good to be here. Hey, how you doing? Nice to see you. Hey, good shirt. How are you? Cleavage. That's exciting. Hey, don't get weird. You brought it. All right. Here we are. Sorry, I got to work on saying things to people out loud. Yeah, I got a problem. I just say what I see. I think I'm autistic, but just like the bad parts of it. You know? Like I can't compute numbers or remember dates, but I'll make you feel weird. Right? Like you drop a bunch of toothpicks, I can't count them, but I'll give you a shitty hug. I'm working on it, trying to get better. Flew here from New York. Man,
Ladies and gentlemen, show list.
What did I just do? I pressed the wrong button.
Here we are. Sorry, I gotta work on saying things to people out loud. I hate flying. You know, they let you pick your seat on a plane. I think I'd rather pick the person I'm sitting next to. I don't really give a shit where I am on the plane. It's like a 5-hour relationship. Make it more like a dating app. Obese Nazi with a service dog? Swipe left. Tiny Asian lady with a surgical mask? That's my gal. Yes, she is not a talker, right? But just like a dating app, she shows up with a baby. I'm like, I got catfished. Hate the small talk. Two things I can't do, small talk and eye contact. How sad is that, you know? I basically have all the traits of a serial killer, just without the ambition. I'm working on it. People say, Mark, gotta be more confident. They say, Mark, gotta be yourself. I'm like, well, you gotta pick one. I can't do both of those. Like, a lot of people are scared of skydiving. I'm more scared of the banter on the plane than I am jumping out of it, you know? You sit in the plane, it's all windy, you're strapped in. Some guy's like, so, Mark, where are you from? Just like... He's like, we're supposed to go together. I got it. At least with skydiving, you get an instructor. What about stuff I'm bad at? Stuff I'm nervous about, like a dinner party. You know how many dinner parties I've screwed up? Set me up with a pro. Right? I just show up, some guy's like, all right, I'll take care of him. I'm like, beautiful. He's giving me tips. Don't say the N-word. Got it. Right. She's not pregnant. Don't ask. Thank God you're here. Some guy at the party's like, so who's your favorite comic? I'm like, Bill Cosby. He's like, pull the chute. I'm working on it. I had a chatty Uber driver last week. That's the worst, huh? This guy wouldn't shut up. I forgot to hit the no small talk option on the app, so I didn't create it. I had to scare the guy into being quiet. He's like, how about this traffic, huh? What do you think's causing this? I'm like, probably the Jews. He's like... I'm like, all right. I give this ride 5 stars of David. Yeah, I'm working on it, you know. Always trying to get better. I'm a weirdo. That's why I drink. Big fan of the booze. I got to cut back. I actually got let go from a job once for being drunk at work. My boss called me and he goes, get in here, Mark. It's clear you're a high-functioning alcoholic. I was like, wow. How do you know I was also high? This guy is good. One of my friends is like a beer expert. You know, he's like, we got to go to a brewery. I'm like, why can't we just go to a bar? He's like, it's fun. You can see how it's made. I don't care how it's made. Look, I like porn. I don't need to go to a broken home.
Oh.
Not saying all porn stars in broken homes, just the ones I like. Seems like a lot of people are quitting the booze now. It's kind of going away. All my friends are getting sober. Look, that's good, but some people are better when they're drinking. There's a lot of bad sobers out there, you know? We always talk about the negative part about booze. What about the good? Like, sure, you drove through a playground, but you could dance, man. Come on. Trying to get better. I'm in therapy. Anybody else? Hey, there you go. A couple people. Yeah. I'm doing this thing called exposure therapy. That's where you face your fears. Scared of heights, take a hot air balloon. Scared of drowning, takes you in the ocean. So he said, what are you scared of, Mark? I said, I'm claustrophobic and scared of intimacy. So he took me in a little closet and fucked me.
What?
That was very expensive. Yeah. Why the stigma with therapy? Why? All my friends make fun of me. I think it should be mandatory. Everybody works out their muscles. Why not work out your emotions? I'll be hanging out with a friend. He's like, all right, man, take it easy. I'm going to go work on arms and back. I'm like, cool. I'm going to go work on letting go of the past and accepting love. Everybody loves the gym. Oh, the gym makes me feel sexy. Well, you know what else is sexy? Not being a walking red flag. Nobody cares about your abs if you're the guy having a meltdown at Chili's, right? I think people respect the gym because there's a culture behind it. You know, like gym rats. They have T-shirts that say beast mode and better sore than sorry. Therapy people, we need T-shirts. We need a shirt that says no dad, no problem. Right? Or like can't stop, won't stop crying. I could have used some therapy as a kid, weird kid, bedwetter. Oh yeah, I wet the bed every day till I was 13 years old. My mattress looked like a goddamn coffee filter. Woo-wee! I ruined a lot of sleepovers, folks, yeah. You start to run out of excuses after a while. And your friend's like, what happened here? I was like, geez, I must have spilled a cup of piss. Yeah, they say a lot of bedwetters become serial killers, which I believe, because we learn how to clean up a stain pretty quick. That's how embarrassing it is wetting the bed. Almost rather be known as a murderer than a bedwetter, you know? Your friend sits on your mattress. Why is it all crinkly? I'm gonna kill you.
That is an Amazon Prime tractor trailer. If you ever wonder why you get your Amazon Prime package that fast, that's why.
But hey, growing up now, 36 years old. I grew up before the internet. Maybe a better time for a kid. Maybe a question back then. Hey, Mom, what's the capital of South Dakota? She's like, I'm on the phone. And you just didn't know. What a concept, not knowing. Now we have so much information right there. Now I have an Alexa. I love this thing. And Alexa's like a mom without the passive aggressiveness. Ask anything you want. Hey, Alexa, how many cups in a liter? 4.23 cups. All right. If I'm like, hey, Mom, how many cups in a liter? She's like, why don't you check your mattress? Zing! That Alexa's tricky. I read an article recently. It said Alexa actually listens to everything you say, stores it in a database, could use it against you later. It's like, damn, just like a real woman. Ouch. Now I'm all nervous, like, hey, Alexa, what's the weather out there? She's like, why don't you ask Siri? Oh, boy. Here we go. Yeah, it's got to be hard to be a kid now. I feel bad for kids. So much stimulus coming at kids. iPhone, internet, social media. Remember how happy-go-lucky we were as kids? Not a care in the world. Maybe run to the car. Shotgun. That was like the biggest problem in my life. Shotgun. Yeah, I never see kids doing that anymore. The only time a kid yells it out now is in a classroom. Whoa. Whoa. What? School shootings, what a bummer, huh? Ah, the great American pastime, yeah. School shootings are like the menstruation of America. Happens about once a month, it's bloody, and every kid goes, well, I guess it's my turn now. What? Oh, I know, they're bad. I like how they're blaming the video games. Video games cause violence. Come on, video games don't cause violence. Video games cause carpal tunnel and vaginal dryness. I know a lot of guys, they play 8 hours of video games a day, and their girlfriends are like, violent. Slap my ass, choke me, I'm dying here. Look, I don't think games translate to real life. I grew up playing Monopoly with my friends. None of them now property. To be fair, some did go directly to jail. Yeah. That's we got problems here, you know. Like I just got back from Europe. They really make fun of us over there. That's like all they do. Oh, you Americans, you're so fat. I'm like, hey, yeah, we're doing great. Why is that a bad thing? How fat we are? I think it's cool. It's like impressive. More people die in America of obesity than starvation, which is like, hey, we did it. How cool are we? We're dying from eating food. We go up to heaven. Some guys like, I starved to death. What happened to you? We're like, snacks. Yeah, the McRib is back. What do you want? He's like, well, how'd you lose your foot? Frostbite? Nah, frosting. Yeah, we're fat. We're so high up on the food chain. One of my friends, he only eats grass-fed beef. You realize how crazy that is? That means he gets to pick what he eats. That's pretty good. And here's the weird thing. Cows eat grass. That's what we mess with our food. When something eats what it's supposed to, we brag about it. That's like saying, hey, you know, my 4-year-old is sober. Get the hell out of here! Father of the year over here. Yeah, we're fat. All my friends are fat, mostly. My family's fat. I grew up pretty fat, you know. I try not to make fun of fat people unless they make fun of me. And that's when I let it go. You know? Like, all my fat friends give me shit. One of my fat friends told me I have skinny privilege. Privilege? Something can't be a privilege if you could do it too. Right? I've known you my whole life. You used to be thin. That's not how privileges can't be attained by exercising. Right? If that were the case, then black people would take a jazzercise class. They wouldn't get pulled over. Right? It'd be that simple. He always condescends to me. Oh, you're so lucky you're thin. Lucky? You gotta work at it. It's hard. What the hell? You gotta eat right? It sucks. Saying you're so lucky you're thin's like saying you're so lucky you don't have kids. No, I had food, and I pulled out. He's like, whatever, it's easy being skinny. Well, not really. You couldn't do it. Yeah. I read a news article about obesity. They said they're thinking about putting microchips in obese people's brains. It shocks them every time they think about food. What? I was like, if we have that kind of technology, I feel like we should be using that on pedophiles. Why are we wasting that on chubs? I don't care about your candy intake. I'm worried about your candy output. Priorities, people. Eat all the cupcakes you want. Just don't touch Little Debbie. Pedophilia, huh? Any pedophiles here? I mean, statistically, it's got to be 2, right? But hey, we're all adults here, which is a sentence they hate. You guys ever get down on your knees and thank God you're not a pedophile? They didn't choose that. They got dealt a bad hand. We're extremely lucky. We should be grateful. Think about how close we all were. When I was in 3rd grade, I was attracted to 3rd grade girls. Now I like adult women. When I was in 3rd grade, I liked grape juice. Now I like red wine. But I still like grape juice. Holy hell, that was close. Thank God my brain just knew the right way to go. Woo! I just watched a documentary on pedophilia with my friend. My friend goes, oof, I could never have sex with a kid. They're so annoying. I was like, that's it, huh? That's the thing that's holding you back? You need a better reason than that, all right, buddy? It's like, hey, what happened to Greg? He went to prison. Why? He met a really cool kid. That checks out. All right. Yeah, but it's good to get out of New York. That city will eat you alive, you know. Good to be here. I live in the West Village of Manhattan, you know, real cool neighborhood. The Gay Pride Parade actually goes right up at my house every day. And, yeah. I like like a gay area. Gay guys are the best. Progressive, non-violent. You never meet any violent gay guys. There's no gay gangs. That would just be a musical. Any gay guys here tonight? Hey, all right. Thanks for coming out. Big fan. One of my best friends is gay. He's obsessed with straight guys. That's like his thing, you know? He's like, I love flipping a hetero. He's like, you know how hard that is? You know how hard it is to go out every night, see a bunch of people you want to have sex with who don't want to have sex with you? I was like, that's exactly what it's like being a straight guy. What the hell are you talking about? I would argue it's just hard for me to sleep with a woman as for you to flip a hetero. He was like, nah, you have no idea. You got to take him out for hours, convince him. Yeah, same here. He's like, no, even if you do pull it off, which is like a miracle, they feel horrible after. Yeah, same thing. We went back and forth for hours, arguing about this all night, back and forth. Eventually, I woke up at his place. Oh, yeah. I went to the Gay Pride Parade last year, still sore. Had a good time, met a lot of characters out there. Met a gay guy there, hated straight people. I never heard of that. He was a heterophobe. I didn't know that was a thing. He was like, yeah, screw straight people. You guys are the worst. Whoa, come on, man. We got to get along. Also, without us, you wouldn't be here. Don't bite the hand that breeds you. Yeah. And I have to ask who's gay, sir, because I have the worst gaydar on them. I can't tell who's gay. One of my friends always brag about his gaydar. We'll go out, he's like, he's gay. I'm like, well, that's not that impressive. I mean, we're at a gay bar. I don't know. You wouldn't impress me with your gaydar? Start pointing out gay babies. Now that's impressive, right? Like, see that kid breastfeeding over there between you and me? He's miserable. That's a hell of a gay baby. Yeah. I like all the girls. Lesbians? Any lesbians in the house? Hey, all right. Wow. Yes,
like one girl clapped.
I feel like lesbians are underrepresented. I travel the country doing comedy. I always see fun gay bars in every city. They always have fun names like the Manhole or the Back Door. Where's all the fun lesbian bars? Where's like the Dugout or Scissors? Also, you always see a group of girls with one gay guy in it. You never see a group of guys with one lesbian. I'd love to have a lesbian in my crew. That'd be fun. Because gay guys are very helpful. They help girls with their hair, their outfit. I'd love to have a lesbian help me out with stuff. And you're like, ah, crap, the car won't start. She's like, I got it. Yeah, you flooded it, you pussy. Thanks, Debbie. Glad you brought your tools. Satire. All right. But you guys are cool, you know. A lot of crowds getting sensitive. It's getting weird out there. I got yelled at a show recently. This guy goes, hey, buddy, that's a trigger word. I was like, whoa, I think it's pronounced trigger. Easy there, big fella. And look, you know, if you get upset or offended, that's cool. I'm not one of those guys. You're allowed to be offended. That's totally cool. But if you are, just shut up. You're not a hero. You're just running a show. Just be offended. Just let it flow through you. Just feel it, right? Yeah, don't share. We don't care. Just feel. Yeah. We all have thoughts. I might want to sleep with your girlfriend. I just hold it in. I don't say it. You know? Yeah, just feel it. We're so obsessed with words now. It kind of shows how good we have it. We've got to focus on words, you know? Like, in the 70s, it was all about actions. Like, if you want to show you're brave in the 70s, you had to jump over 12 buses on a motorcycle. Now I see a guy make an off-color joke at the office. I'm like, that guy's fucking fearless. Oh, shit. Wow. Yeah, I don't know. People take things so seriously. I guess they got to show you their personality by yelling at you about stuff that bothers them. I don't know. Like, I don't mean any of this stuff. I'm just saying words in a certain order to elicit laughter. People like try to figure me out through my act. It's all jokes. I told an abortion joke recently, and a woman approached me. She was like, hey, that's very insensitive. I've had an abortion. You shouldn't tell jokes like that. I was like, whoa, hey, sorry, I just told a joke. I think what you did was much worse. But, you know, either way, I'll see you at home later, honey. And again, all jokes. I love abortions. I paid for 2 last week. I'm a fan, right? You remember? Come on. It's all jokes. A friend of mine, she works at Planned Parenthood. She loves that joke. And I was like, I might have to get rid of it. People don't like it. She's like, no, you got to keep it. I was like, I might get rid of it. She's like, no, you got to keep it. I was like, I might get rid of it. She's like, no, you got to keep it. I might get rid of it. I was like, don't tell me what to do with my body of work. She's like, every joke's a miracle. But I don't want to upset anybody, you know? Ah, jeez. I don't want to upset. That's not my intent, you know. I'm upsetting people on accident now. I was at a Starbucks recently. This guy handed my coffee. I went, hey, thanks, Chief. This guy goes, ooh. Don't say Chief. It's offensive to Native Americans. I was like, how is that offensive? He goes, whoa, don't say how. Come on! How'd we get here? Weird times. Taking words away, you know, I get it. You know, words hurt people, I get it, you know. But here's the thing. We're kind of like a weird word prohibition. Can't say this, can't say that. That's why I feel like every now and then we should all go to a politically incorrect speakeasy. This is where we're going to all go to say horrible stuff and nobody cares. You got no hate in your heart. You don't want to hurt anybody. But if you can't say it there, give us a place you can. Right? You go down some creaky stairs, you bang on a big steel door, the guy's like, what's the password? Retarded. Get in here! All right. It's like the 90s again, you know? Because offensive words, they're like alcohol. Sure, you can abuse it. Sure, you can hurt people. If you do it responsibly, it's a good time, yeah? Just don't do it at work, don't do it around kids, but go home, close the door, take the edge off. Midget. Right? I don't want to say little people. That's like drinking no duels. But of course I get it. I just, you know, find it funny. I get it. But here's the problem. We forget that no one's politically correct up here. We're all animals. We're all seeing the same thing. We're all thinking the same thing. No one's PC in their brain. That's just a filter you put on when you talk so you seem nice. Like no one sees a hot girl bend over and thinks, look at that independent woman, like to treat her equally. No, we're sick, men and women. We're gross. But look where it's all gotten us. Doesn't it feel like the whole country's pent up? Feels everybody's angry right now. We got white supremacists, protests, hate groups. It's weird you're allowed to be hateful in America as long as you're not specific. Isn't that weird? If you're like, I hate Mexican people, everybody's like, oh my God, what a bigot, prejudice. But if you're like, I hate people, everybody's like, fucking right. Isn't that worse? People are angry now, man. I had one of those White Lives Matter rallies go up at my house the other day. I freaked out, then I realized, it's just a half marathon. That was close. I don't know, just be a good person. What about that? Just be nice to people, you know? Yeah. Like, a lot.
This guy is going off the road. Check him out. He is swerving. Let's see how much of that he does. I think he's also speeding because he passed me up pretty quick. I don't think you guys can even see him now.
It doesn't add up. I can't keep track of all the rules. Like transgender, what do you think? That's how I feel. I don't give a shit. You want to go for a man, a woman? Go nuts. Well, go labia. What's the beef? Look, it's weird to hate someone because they're trans, right? But it's also weird to love someone because they're trans. Shouldn't you like them based on who they are as a person? Content of the character? People are so phony. I love Caitlyn Jenner. Why? She sucks. She's against gay marriage and ran over a person. What's the good part? Then they go, well, they have hard lives. All right, well, so do midgets. Why don't you talk about how much you like them? Where's that hashtag? I don't see any tweets about midgets. Who's got hard on a midget? Hard to get around, hard to drive, hard to get work? No love. And look, I'm not anti-trans, but I am pro-midge. I just don't get why we help one group and not another. It's just kind of trendy. And people say, well, trans aren't allowed everywhere. Well, you ever been to a roller coaster? At least trans be accommodated with the bathrooms. Midgets, you ever seen how tall a toilet is? Well, imagine having to jump to take a dump. Weird. No help, no support. And you know what's great about midgets? I got a couple midget friends. They're good eggs. You never see a midget complaining. Never. Every other group complains. Never a midget. Never see it on the news. Sitting at a desk, legs dangling, little fish egg. Never. Every other group complains. I see women on the news. We have a glass ceiling. Midgets are like, you're worried about the ceiling? Holy shit. I'm trying to fuck with this counter, baby. Interesting. See, I guess I'm too open-minded because I support all transition, not just sexual. Why do we stop at sexual? I support transition of personality, transition of opinion, Right, like Kevin Hart. Kevin Hart got in trouble with some offensive tweets from years ago. I'm not the same guy I was from years ago. I've transitioned. I used to have sex with 16-year-olds when I was 16. Now I don't. I'm different. Well, years ago he said some offensive stuff. Well, years ago she won the men's relay. People change. Why do you support that and not that? Huh. It just tells me if I ever get into trouble now, I'm just going to get a sex change. You just got to kiss my ass. Hey, Mark, we heard the interview from 10 years ago. That was Mark. I'm Margaret. I don't know. I support Kevin Hart also because he's a midget. Oh, there we go.
He is kind of short, ain't he?
But I don't know. Everything's weird now. You know, the news is insane. The internet's full of hate. I feel like it's the little things that keep you happy now. You got to cherish the little things. I got a Snapple today. I love a good Snapple. I love that fun fact under the cap. It was a good one today. It said polar bears used to be brown, but through evolution they turned white because police were shooting them.
What?
I know. I couldn't believe they fit all that under the cap. Yeah. Ah, yes. A lot of racial talk now. White privilege. That's a term you hear a lot now. White privilege. But I thought it was all about diversity. So shouldn't we talk about everybody's privileges? Why are we just limiting it to whitey? Let's spread the love. Let's make every group feel good. Everybody's got something. Tall people, privilege, see a concert. Jews, no hell. Pretty good, pretty good. Women, ladies' night, that's cool. Black people, I can't wear a purple suit. Looks like fun. Everybody's got a perk. Indian people, even if you're undateable, your parents will arrange something, huh? Let's spread the love. Who's got the energy to be racist, huh? That's gotta suck to be racist. Wouldn't that be weird? Just like, you go to the bank, you're like, there's Jews here, I gotta leave. What a horrible life. Man, put on an outfit, go to a meeting, all that stuff. I don't care about any group enough to hate it. Do whatever you want. Go nuts. I don't want to do anything. I'm lazy. I don't want to burn a cross or a calorie. Yeah. Everybody's worked up about something. There's Muslims on airplanes. I'd rather a Muslim on a plane than a baby. Never had a Muslim kick the back of my seat and piss in the aisle. I'm just saying, if the airport had a baby ban, I wouldn't protest. Yeah, but transgender, they're using the bathrooms. Well, they're still using the toilet, right? They're not leaving a hot floater in the sink. If that was like their thing, then yeah, we should totally have a meeting. That's crazy, you know? Then you get the hillbilly guy. Well, what if one of these perverts puts on a dress and looks at my wife in the bathroom? Ooh, what a score. Some guy can see your toothless wife shitting? Yeah, what a lucky guy. Come on, go to work, you lunatic. But hey, we've come a long way. We hate to admit that. We hate to admit it, we've come a long way. Like in the 50s, we had whites only and blacks only water fountain, which is incredibly sad, especially if you're a thirsty Asian. What the hell are they doing? Drinking out of a faucet? No one talks about it. Never come up once. Not a peep. Nothing. Black people are pissed. Can you believe this shit? We got our own water fountain. Asians like, can I get a sip? I'm dying out here. I got a triangular hat to block the sun. I'm a big fan of Asians. I think they're the best group. I think they're number one. Hey. I don't think they get the credit they deserve. I'm an Asian supremacist all the way. I think they're better than the rest. Any Asian people here? Hey, woo! All right. You should be working. Come on. What are you doing having a good time? That's not the Asian I know, goddammit. I want you dealing blackjack or sitting on a box peeling something. Come on.
You Asian, you hard worker.
Big fan. Best group. Easily the best group. No love. You guys get the short end of the chopstick. It's pretty unfair. So quiet, so secure, Asians. Every other group's got a brag and boast. Every group's got a slogan. Black people, I'm black and I'm proud. White people, white power. Hispanics, ay, 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 ay. Not an Asian, and just head down, grades up. That's it. Asians are the best. You never hear about Asian crime. Never. If I was an Asian guy, I would just start mugging people like, hey, it's my word against yours. Big fan. Big fan. Oh, yeah. I think the news is a problem. The news pins us all against each other. News makes it seem like all white people are scared of minorities. I don't think all white people are scared of minorities. I do think a lot of white people are scared of looking racist. That's really the big fear with whitey. Like if I'm walking down the street at 4 in the morning, I see a sketchy looking white guy coming towards me, I'm like, crap, I'm gonna cross the street. If I'm walking down the street at 4 in the morning, I see a sketchy looking black guy coming towards me, I'm like, crap, I wish I could cross the street. Okay? I'd rather get stabbed, look like an asshole. white people, we are so worried about looking ignorant and bigoted. I guess because of our history. Like, I went skiing recently with my friend. We're sitting on the ski lift. I was like, why do you see more black people skiing? Why is that? My friend has no idea, but he's gonna, you know, half-ass his way through it because he doesn't want to seem dumb. So he's like, you know, they don't grow up with it. Like, well, I'm from Louisiana. I'm here. Well, ski is very expensive. Right, yeah. Yeah, you know, I've never seen a black guy with anything expensive on their feet. Just say you don't know. It's all right. You sound way worse. That's why black people are smart. White people, we do crazy stuff. We swim with sharks. We go bungee jumping, cliff diving. Ask a black guy, why do they do that? I go, I don't know. It's white people shit. That's a good answer. They don't sit around going, well, you know, Europe. Yeah, I don't know. But look, yeah, I'm a white guy. If I talk about race now, for some reason another white person inevitably calls me racist. That's like what we do. It's like, I know you're trying to seem like a hero, but you're going to ruin that word. You're going to take the teeth out of it. It's like an important word. You're going to ruin it. Like, I was on the subway recently. I was watching an interracial couple make out. I was just staring at them. And the guy next to them caught me and he goes, what the hell? I see you staring at them. What are you, racist? I was like, what? Racist? No, I'm a creep. What are you talking about? I'm hard. I'm not a racist. I'm aroused. It's an important word. People abuse it all the time. A friend of mine, she's Puerto Rican. We grew up together. She's like, I hate going to the gym. The white women there all give me the stink eye because they're racist. I was like, damn, what happened? She said, well, first bring my food in and I eat it. Then I play my music really loud. I'm like, oh, maybe they just hate you. Let's not lump together all of Puerto Rico because you're being a twat. You're being inconsiderate and rude. Take a little ownership. Look with it. You can't blame everything on bigotry. Look, I grew up in a black neighborhood. I was a bedwetter. I'd sleep at their houses. Eventually, they stopped inviting me over. I was like, they hate white people. No, I ruined their fucking furniture. They didn't hate white. They hated yellow. Sorry. Yeah. I like all the groups. I just make jokes, you know? Remember jokes? Yeah. I met a nice girl in that Jewish app. What's that Jewish app called? The Jewish one? What's the Jewish?
J-Swipe.
The other one. PayPal. Going pretty well, yeah. A lot of ladies here tonight. That's exciting. I feel like this is like your time, ladies. This is like the year of the woman, you know? I went to the Women's March in Manhattan. That was cool. Although I gotta say, I haven't heard the word pussy yelled that much since that time I rollerbladed to high school. That was a tough morning. Yeah. It's kind of crazy what women go through, isn't it? Like, some guys just like whip it out and stuff in front of women. That's wild. That's bold. See, I have a penis, so I'm not that scared of new ones, but I guess if you don't have a penis, a new one's gotta be pretty scary. The closest I can get to that feeling is once I was hanging out with a friend and he just took out a gun. I was like, what the hell are you doing? He's like, well, you know I had a gun. I'm like, yeah, but we're at Whole Foods. Because a dick and a gun are very similar. If somebody pulled out either one right now, we'd all be like, whoa, is that meant for me? Jesus Christ. Don't point it at me. Damn. Dick and a gun, very similar. Both pointy. They shoot things. They come in different sizes. You can get a pistol or a shotgun. I'm circumcised, so I'm sawed off. But I guess guys who do that just get confused. Because ladies, sometimes you like a penis. So guys think, hey, she liked one last night. Why wouldn't she like one with a copy machine? Women are so complex. Because I think generally speaking, when it comes to sex, I think men are a little more constant. You know, men like boobs, but we like boobs across the board. Boob in the bedroom, great. Boob on the bus, also great. Okay.
What is that sound? I'm hearing a sound like a rattling. Something's rattling. It's also starting to rain lightly.
Dick in the bedroom, great. Dick on the bus, call the police. Nobody's calling the police on a boob. You see a boob out in the wild, it's like seeing a deer. You're like, shh. It's majestic. Look, there's two now. Then your other friend walks up, hey, look at that, a boob. We're like, you spooked it. Come on. Yeah. We're cracking down on sexual harassment finally, that's good. You know who gets sexually harassed more than women? The one group? Pets. Yeah. Nobody ever gets consent from a dog. Nobody. People just pick it up, kiss it on the face, rub its belly, do that weird, creepy, long pet where you grab the tail at the end. We're creepy as hell with dogs. And we sound like creeps. They like it. They're begging me for it. Yeah. Thank God dogs can't talk. We'd all go to jail, right? Just some chihuahua in a courtroom like, first he flipped me over. Then he caressed all 8 of my nipples. Then he slapped me on the ass repeatedly and said, "You're a good girl, good girl." Oh, God. We harass dogs all day long, and they're perfect harassers. They can't talk, so they'll never report you. That's why they're man's best friend. Also, dogs forget stuff after like 2 seconds. You can stick your finger up a dog's ass and be like, "Well, that was weird." Frisbee! Because really, when you break down a relationship with dogs are shameless whores, aren't they? I mean, they're like gold diggers. Look at the deal we've cut with the dog. Like, all right, Pooch, I will house you and feed you, but I get to touch you whenever I want. Dog's like, what are you kidding? That's fucking amazing. I'll do you one better. When you come home, I'll hump your leg. I'll lick my balls in front of you. And when you have sex, I'll watch. That's what? And cats are the exact opposite. Cats are like sexual assault victims. They're all nervous, skittish, head on a swivel, huh? You touch me, I'll fucking cut you. I'll cut you, motherfucker. Hey, you're not grabbing this pussy, all right? Yeah. Now leave me alone. I gotta look out the window for an hour. But hey, you gotta listen to ladies, fellas. You gotta listen, you know? A friend of mine, she's like a big feminist. She's like, I have a full bush because that's how I was born. I was like, holy hell, you were born with a full bush? That is a terrifying baby. Cut the umbilical cord. I can't find it. I like a strong woman. I want a woman to catcall me. Catcall us, ladies. That'd be hilarious. Start yelling out stuff at men that we don't want to hear. Stuff that would scare a guy. Now you walk past a group of girls at night. One of them's like, "Hey, I'll tell you I love you on the first date." You're like, Jesus Christ. Oh, no. That is terrifying. Yeah, get us back. And then you walk past girls like, "Hey, before we have sex, I'm going to poke a hole in the condom." This is a horrible neighborhood. My God. Start the car. Oh, you ladies are fascinating. So complex. Yeah. One time, me and my girl were watching the news. There was a whole thing about a CEO harassing his employees. She's like, "Can you believe this creep? Grabbing women's asses, whispering dirty stuff in their ear at work." I was like, "Yeah, it's crazy." Then we got home later in the bedroom. She's like, "Can you do that stuff from the news to me?" I was like, "I thought you hated that." She's like, "I hate it. He does it. If you do it, it's hot." So you hate harassment unless you like the guy, then it turns you on. That's fascinating. I don't think other groups like black guys get harassed by the cops, but at night they're not like, "Come on, pull me over." Yeah, tase me, bitch. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, my gal, she likes being insulted in the bedroom, which is cool, but nobody tells you that not all insults are sexy. I learned that the hard way. Yeah, we'd be having sex. I'm like, "Yeah, you whore." She's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Yeah, you slut." She's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "You're a bad driver." She's like, "What?" I'm like, "That's the one that bothered you?" Weird. She's like, "You really think I'm a bad driver?" I'm like, "Sorry, you dirty skank." She's like, "Thank you." Yeah. Yeah, sometimes I'll try to hook up. She's like, "I can't have sex and I don't feel sexy." You can't have sex if I don't feel sexy. Wow, that was the case for me. I'd still be a virgin. I've never felt sexy my entire life. The whole concept of sexy is very arbitrary. You know, your girl comes in, "I'm wearing my sexy leopard print underwear." Well, when did we decide leopard was the sexiest animal print? I don't know. Nothing says sexy underwear to me like yellow and brown spots. In that case, I'm wearing my sexy underwear. It's a rare jungle cat called the skid mark. Yeah. How about the true crime? You gals love a good true crime. All that stuff. Forensic Files, Killer Women, Dateline. Hours of this stuff. My gal caught me watching 2 seconds of gay porn. She flipped out. She was like, "What the hell's going on here?" I was like, "Well, you watch murder. Isn't that way weirder?" She's like, "Well, you're watching this. Do you want to do that?" I was like, "Well, do you want to kill me?" She was like, "Oh, shut up. I'm just watching my show, so I know what to do if I ever get in that situation." I'm like, well, maybe that's why I'm watching gay porn. I want to know how this goes down, so I can right? She's like, "That's ridiculous. This is a reenactment." Well, this is too. This guy's not really a real estate broker. Too much porn. I think porn has really changed the game, you know? Out of the gate now, sex is much kinkier, I think, as a porn. Out of the gate now, it's like choking, spitting, finger up the butt, which is weird, because these are all things my older brother did to torment me. It's all the same shit. We've just taken bullying out of the playground, brought it in the bedroom. I got my girl on top now. I'm like, Indian sunburn. Seriously, you go to a schoolyard during recess, some kid's holding a girl down, pulling her hair, calling her names. I'm like, man, he's good. I'm taking notes. Get back to your girl. She's like, wow, where'd you learn that? I'm like, a couple of third graders, actually. But don't worry, I like red wine. It's weird out there. Who knows? You gotta get married, right? That's what you do? Ugh. Scary, huh? Marriage feels so antiquated. Feels like we've come so far with everything. We're still doing that thing? What are we doing? Especially the ladies. Every girl I've ever dated is like, when are you gonna propose? Clock's ticking. Pop the question. Why do you want to get married so bad? What is it? Ladies, you come so far. When it comes to marriage, you guys get kind of old-fashioned. I want the ring and the cake and the dress. What? Grow up. Ladies, you're killing it. Go frolic. Be free. But it's my special day. All right, why do you have to ruin mine? I don't know. I feel like a lot of guys look at marriage the way women look at anal. You know, we're both just like, well, we all knew this day was coming. Let's get it over with. I'm not sure it's even natural. Right? Either way, when it's all done, we'll get new sheets. But that's why you ladies are brilliant. You gals are geniuses, because you guys tend to be the ones who want to get married to somebody who designed it to where the man asks you. That's some Jedi level trickery right there. You're like Yoda. I want to get married, but you'll ask me. Yes, you got it. And you'll get down on one knee. No problem. And you'll buy me an expensive ring. Will do. And whose idea was this? All mine. Well played, ladies. Well played. See, like guys, we got to cool with the sexual aggression. We come on too strong, we're creepy, we're scary. Ladies, you guys got to cool with the commitment aggression. That's where you guys push. That's where you guys get creepy. When you exchange keys, when you gonna move in, when you get married, it's like, well, hey, no means no. Slow down. I feel pressured. I'm not ready. And your family jumps in. Hey, when are you gonna make an honest woman out of my daughter? What? Who's this guy? Imagine my dad did that. Hey, when are you gonna bang my son? Huh? Back off. I don't know, my nuts, marriage just feels like the least romantic thing on the planet. It's legal. You gotta go to a courthouse, get a license. What's the license for? That's the only license we don't check, by the way. Driver's license, liquor license. People check a fishing license. I'm gonna start checking marriage license. Next time I see a short, broke, weird guy, it's like, that's my hot wife over there. I'll be like, let me see some ID. I don't buy it. I just got my license renewed. You know what's weird when you buy alcohol, you show your driver's license? Isn't that weird? The thing I'm not supposed to do with this stuff, you want me to prove I can do it? Huh. By that logic, when you buy a gun, you should show your marriage license. Right? Lady walks in, I'll take that revolver. Guy's like, let me see some identification. Why, you've been married 60 years? You know what? Just take it. I don't know. Then you gotta have kids. Ooh. Kids are scary. I like babies. Babies are fun. You know why babies are great? Because they're not evil yet. There's a million douchebags out there, but you never assume that baby will become one. Isn't that nice? That's why no one ever goes up to a pregnant woman, rubs her belly, and goes, ooh, this one's gonna suck. No, it's all up. It's all potential. It's all positive. Oh, it's kicking. Might be a pro soccer player. It's never like, oh, it's kicking. Might hit his wife. Statistically, way more likely than a pro soccer player. Right? Plus, it's already hitting a woman. Not even out yet. Yeah. I don't know. I gotta figure something out. Being in a relationship is always tough, you know. I've always had people say weird stuff to me like, Mark, you're a comedian. Must be a great boyfriend. Why do you say that? Well, women love funny guys. All right, we're checking the one singular positive aspect. If you do it with any guy, they could seem like a great boyfriend. Serial killer. Check out the killing. This guy's organized and cleans up after himself. Terrorist. Check out the terrorize. This guy's passionate and loves to travel. Child molester. Check out the molesting. This guy's got a van and can't wait to start a family. I just got a bad brain. I'm too literal. Literal is bad with dating and stuff. I had a blind date once right when the girl saw me. She goes, hey, I bet we'd have really cute kids. I was like, all right, I bet we'd have great sex. And she goes, whoa, slow down. It's like, slow down. You're 9 months ahead of me. This girl hated me. She was like, you know, I feel very brave tonight. I was like, why is that? Because I'm not wearing any makeup. I was like, how's that brave? Because I'm being my true self, being the real me. I was like, oh, okay. She's like, you should be brave. Well, yeah, maybe I will. She's like, what are you going to do? I was like, I'm going to stop pretending this is interesting. She was like, wow, I can't believe you just said that. I was like, yeah, took guts. I don't know. Working on it, trying to get better. I realize I'm a weirdo. I remember I had a one-night stand once. Went great, fun night, hanging out. But during the sex, she did a new one I'd never seen before. She acted like a 4-year-old. You ever come across this? We'd be having sex, I don't know where she'd be like, you know, if you want to, you can pull my hair. I'm like, Then we keep going, you know, if you want to, you can slap my ass. You got it. You know, if you want to, you can choke me. I was like, I do. You know? We finished, we had a great night, we're laying there, and I was like, you know, if you want to, you can leave. She didn't care for that one. I thought the timing was perfect, you know. A lot of girls get mad about the whole leaving thing, but it's nothing personal against you, lady. It's just a weirdo. I'm in my head. I'm a nut. I'm an introvert. I gotta get out of there. A lot of girls get mad, like, what, do you just bang me and leave? Well, yeah, this was a long night. I've been trying to win you over like 9 hours. I'm exhausted. There were 5 guys at the bar hitting on you. I'd outcharm them, be more interesting, be conversational, be funny, be on all night. She was like, "What? You could have just been yourself." I'm like, what are you, fucking stupid? Be myself? What? I'm an idiot. If I was myself, I'd be like, hey, you fat whore, let's fuck. That's not gonna work. She was like, well, I don't get it. Why do you want to leave? Like, I don't know. I'm just going to go talk to somebody. Well, why not talk to me? I'm just going to go talk to a friend. Well, you can tell me anything. I'm like, well, that's not true. She's like, I swear to God, you can tell me anything you want. All right, well, I recently had sex with a woman, and she won't let me leave. So that ended. What is that with the leaving, ladies? It only hits a nerve with you guys. Ladies, you want a guy to stay? Make him want to stay. Like, guys, we have pickup lines. Ladies, you need stay put lines. That's where you kick in. It's okay. I approached you at a bar. I was nervous. I was on my heels, shucking and jiving. I made it work. Now you want me to hang out, so you do it. Isn't that justice? She's like, well, you're not being that fun right now. I'm like, I know, I already did that. That's how I fucked it. But now you want me to stay, so you go. It's just a shift change. That's all. Win me over. Charm me. Sweep me off my feet. You do it. I don't get it. Girls always like, I want this guy to like me. You push your boobs together, wear high heels, you look sexy as hell. Then a guy is sexy, you're like, that's it? Well, that's what was advertised. It's very confusing. You tricked me. Your outfit's like a movie trailer. I'm like, oh, I want to see that movie. I go see the movie, then I go home. I don't sit around going, I gotta get to know this theater. And I'm not saying the theater sucks or anything's wrong with it, just wasn't advertised. Talk to me. I'd love to. I had a girl once. You can't leave. You fucked me. Well, is this how you get people to hang out with you? How about a conversation, anecdote, knock knock, something? Ladies, you do Kegels. Tighten up those stories. I don't even get why this is so controversial. I'm just tired. I'm exhausted. I've been bringing the heat all night. I've been playing the hits. I'm exhausted. I want to go. She said, well, how can you be fake all night? I'm like, well, you faked it too. You don't look like that. You're wearing makeup. We're both full of shit. Your eyes don't go ugh at the end or whatever. We're both lying. I'm just wearing makeup my personality. That's all. I don't know. Like, ladies, you know when you go out to dinner with a guy, like, just because you bought me dinner doesn't mean I owe you sex. And that's true. Just because you let me have sex with you doesn't mean I owe my morning. Right? It's the same exact transaction. Quality. That's why it's weird women go, we're just as horny as men. Yeah, maybe. We have a lot more requirements, ladies. Quite a checklist. You're like the Goldilocks of dick. This guy's too short. This guy's too dumb. This guy's just right. Guys, we'll fuck the porch. And I'm not saying one is better or worse, just different. I go to the doctor, he's like, what happened? I was like, it was too hot. But look, I get it. You know, it's got to be tough to be a lady. I feel like women are getting screwed in the orgasm department. I feel like men are having way more orgasms than women, and that sucks. People talk about the wage gap. The orgasm gap is out of control. You gals are getting 77 cents to the boner. Like, if a woman had to have an orgasm to get pregnant, there'd be like 2 people here. And you get nothing for your orgasm, ladies. Like, if a guy has an orgasm, a girl can get pregnant. Carry a baby for 9 months. Deliver the baby, then breastfeed the baby. And all the guy had to do is this. And he tried really hard not to do that. It's a horrible setup for the woman. The guy has all the fun, the girl does all the work. That'd be like if I ate a whole chocolate cake and the girl gained weight, then she went to the gym and I got buff. Gotta be tough. Plus, women constantly judged by your looks. That's gotta be exhausting. Constantly judged by your looks. But you all know how to look good, you all look great. That's how women figured out to take the selfie up here. That was all you ladies. You know where your good sight lines are. I think that's why women like tall guys. Just some guy looking at you from your best angle 100% of the time, all day long. That's why you don't hook up with short guys. Just some guy like, geez, look at the triple chin on this broad. Holy hell. Yeah, you like a tall man, ladies, and that's okay. That's how you're wired. You're all a bunch of height supremacists. Yeah.
Height supremacists.
That was always the first question back on the dating apps. You over 6 feet? You over 6 feet? You over 6 feet? I felt bad after a while. I felt like I had to come up with something. I was like, well, no, but if it helps, I'm still growing as a person. Eventually I got annoyed. One girl was like, how much do you weigh? She was like, whoa, that's body shaming. It's hard for me to lose weight. It's even harder for me to gain height. Plus, men are so visual. That's a lot of pressure, constantly. Men are so visual. You never know what your guy's looking at. My ex-girlfriend, very paranoid. Always going through my phone, sock drawer, sniffing me. Always looking for clues. That's why I'm surprised you don't see more female detectives. Ladies, you guys would be amazing at that. You guys are intuitive, you're curious, you're persistent. I feel like you gals would crack every case as long as you thought it was personal. That's the key. Like, man, this guy killed 18 people in Fresno. So what? Well, he's also cheating on your best friend. Give me the file. Crack that case in an hour. Gotta be tough, ladies. Constantly judged by your looks. Gotta be exhausting. But somehow men get the blame for this. Like it's just men judging women, which we do. But ladies, you guys judge each other quite harshly. You judge yourselves by your looks. You do stuff to your looks men don't even care about. Get your nails done? Who's that for? We don't give a fuck. All this jewelry and stuff. No guys ever like, oh my God, see that necklace Kelly was wearing? Holy hell. That's all you. We don't care. But it's always men. A friend of mine, she got breast implants. I was like, hey, they look great. She goes, man, so shallow. I got these for me. I was like, okay, well then you're shallow. Why is this on me all of a sudden? Look, we're all shallow, all right? But ladies, you can tell you're shallow by what you get offended by. A friend of mine, some guy called her overweight. She flipped. Started dieting every day just to spite this guy. Started exercising just out of anger. I bet if my friend got called dumb, she wouldn't angrily go back to college. Interesting. They say the C word is the worst thing you can call a woman. I think it's fat. What do you think, ladies? C word is bad. Shouldn't call a woman the C word. I think fat is worse because it's visible. The C word's an opinion. That's why no woman ever looks in the mirror in the morning and goes, I just feel cunty today. What do you think? Cunty? Is this putting off cunt? Cunty in this? I don't know. You could measure fat as a scale right there. There's no unit of measurement for the C word. That'd be a great infomercial though, wouldn't it? Woo! I feel so much better after I lost 13 centimeters.
X gon' give it to ya. They gon' give it to ya. X gon' give it to ya. They gon' give it to ya.
But that's the thing, ladies. I feel like you gals get so down about your looks, but you can do so many amazing things you never really brag about. Let's go through a list of stuff women can do that's unbelievable. First of all, you can make people. That's insane. People are coming out of you alive. You should be bragging about that constantly. I know men will take a photo of a good shit. You're making human beings! How annoying would men be if they could make people? I made him. Men name kids after them. They didn't even do anything. That's Jimmy Jr. Oh yeah, what'd you do? I came. She didn't. I gotta do everything around here. Yeah. Ladies, you can feed people. That's bananas. You got grade A, vitamin D, organic milk on tap. What, you got a cup of coffee? Right here. I know a girl who's intolerant, still producing milk. She's making something she can't even tolerate. Much like my mom did with me. Ladies, you live longer than men, and you have a higher threshold for pain than men. On paper, you're like a superhero. On paper. But that's the thing, you ladies are so incredible. You're amazing beings, yet you're some of the most insecure people I've ever met. It's always about looks. Do I look good in this? Is turning you on? You like that? Do you look fat in this? Is doing for you? What about this? What are you kidding? You're a woman! Own it! If I was a woman, be the cockiest bitch on the planet. What do you have, a paper cut? I've been bleeding for 3 days. This fucking guy, huh? What else you got? Oh, you cut yourself shaving? Oh, last week an immigrant waxed my taint. What's that, you pushed out a kidney stone? Ooh, I pushed out a Little League player. How do you like that? Now give me those Fruit Loops. But one of the most amazing things about women, the thing you get no credit for, ladies, the most unbelievable, impressive thing is your ability to hide everything. Everything is a goddamn secret. You're all in the CIA. You have the real you, then you let us see. We'll go with menstruation. Pretty big deal. Let's start there. You hide it pretty goddamn well. Men are clueless. We have to guess. Is that time of the month? What do you think? Time of the month? Does she actually hear me? What do you think? Time? You realize if men got their period, there'd be blood everywhere. On the walls, the sidewalk, everywhere. Everywhere. Just guys walking to work. Fucking uterine lining. Jesus Christ. Holy hell. God damn it. Give me one of those masculine napkins. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You too, huh, Jeff? Guess we're synced up. Yeah, there we go. All right. There we go. Says don't flush it, but fuck it. It's all hidden. Everything's hidden. I used to work in an office in Midtown Manhattan. I was the only guy on the floor. It was me and like 100 women. I never heard one fart, not a toot, not a queef, nothing. Sometimes on Friday I'd bring in chili and just wait. Nothing. I farted up here 8 times tonight. I walked in on one woman once taking a shit. It was like I walked in on a murder scene. She was like, "Get the fuck out!" Jesus Christ, take it easy. You're allowed to shit. I'm the opposite. You walking on me shit. I'm like, "Hey, what'd you bring?" Nothing. You're giving us nothing, ladies. All your sexual stuff, that's all under wraps. Very hush-hush. Men walk around, I'm an ass man. I'm a boob man. Never see a woman go, "I'm a ball gal." Yeah. I love that sack. Nothing. You're giving us nothing. Then you want us to know how you're feeling and stuff. What are you kidding? We're in the dark. Sometimes I'll read a Cosmo, a woman's magazine, just get some inside dirt. One time I was reading a Cosmo, there was a full-page article on how to go down on a woman properly. This should be in like Guns and Ammo, Field and Stream. Sports Illustrated. Teach us, like, we want to please. God damn, you got fake eyelashes, hair extensions, Spanx, foundation. You should know what I'm thinking. I don't even know what you fucking look like. That's why it's weird when a woman's like, "You want to have sex with me? You gotta get to know me first." Get to know you. You're wearing 3 pounds of jewelry, clown makeup, and a hole in the fart for 4 weeks. I don't know who the hell you are. That's why it's so important to have sex. It's not because we're horny psycho animals, we are, but it's important because you finally see behind the curtain for the first time, and it's glorious. Ladies, your hair is messed up, you're naked, yelling out filthy obscenities. Like, damn, who's this? Your friend calls, "Hey, it took a month, but you banged Sarah. How was it?" "Great, I finally met her." He's like, "Oh man, all right, well come over, we'll talk about it." I'm like, "I can't, she won't let me leave." Thanks a lot, I'm Kevin Hart. You guys were great. What a crowd. Thank you so much for coming out. I appreciate it. Praise Allah. Get home safe. I'm gay. Thank you. Have a good night. Keep it up. LA, I love you. Comedy.
Yes, someone was asking, is that Mark Normandy? Yes, it was. I feel like I've seen that routine before, though. I wouldn't be surprised if I listened to it on the last road trip. Hey, what happened last night? Pennsylvania going to Ohio. Thank you, Jean-Jacques. Appreciate it. It's a piano cover song of August Burns Red, which is a Christian metal band. The song is called Composure. August Burns Red. August. Yeah, you should hear the actual songs that aren't the piano covers. It's pretty brutal. But then again, you might like the piano version better. I'm only playing it because I can't get the copyright thing for this, because it's not copyrighted. It's just somebody playing the piano version of it. It's like if I were to sing Taylor Swift right now, that would not be a problem, right? it's the 5-0, son. 1 o'clock, 5-0. Yo, he watching, yo. He watching. This song is actually faster. Let's retry the song with 1.25 times speed. I think it's 1.5 times, might be more accurate. Oh yeah. That's how it's supposed to be played. because of the saturation of the camera of the Samsung S20 Ultra, you guys are seeing a bluer sky than I am. It actually looks better than real life, believe it or not. This is too fast, I think. Don't be so quick to walk away. Dance with me, I wanna rock your body this day. Dance with me, you don't have to admit you wanna play. Dance with me, I'm just gonna rock you till the break of day. Dance with me. If you want to hear the real song, you type August Burns Red Whitewashed. you will hear what it really sounds like. It's a Christian metal band. They're screaming, metal guitars, and pretty good drums. Sun's starting to rise over here. Super foggy down here. Top of the morning to y'all. All the way down here in Pennsylvania. Oh, we're still driving on this Pennsylvania Turnpike here. Whoa, 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 whoa. Still driving that Pennsylvania Turnpike. Watch out for deer. First of all, I didn't see any deer signs. See the sunrise in the rear though. It's hard to see, but I actually see it on my 7 o'clock. Yeah, it's hard to see. Oh, there we go. Ooh, that's a nice shot. That's a nice shot. It's not as bright as it appears on the phone. But it does look nice. And nothing else matters. Y'all can see the mountains there. It looks pretty nice. Now it's hard to see. That's a great shot. How is there not like a place to stop and take photos? This is crazy. You would literally have to pull over on the shoulder and risk getting hit in order to get that shot. That was a great sunrise shot. Holy cow. How is there nowhere to pull over to get a photo? That's crazy. That's crazy. Like, I'm seeing the clouds, I'm seeing the town down below. This kind of reminds me of Hawaii, except I'm not Hawaiian. And nothing else matters. Trust us, you cannot find. Oh, is that roadkill? No, that's just a tire. Exit to Baltimore is coming up. When I think of Baltimore, I think about The Wire. Shade of Periwinkle. I don't even know what color Periwinkle is. song was also in a horror movie. This is also a Metallica song, by the way. And that was a pretty good horror movie. I just forget what's the name of it. Feel free to mention it if you know the movie. Name of the song is For Whom the Bell Tolls. I just thought about the Phantom of the Opera song now. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun. I'm on I-76 west. I got 96 miles before I get off this interstate. I'm confused. Google Maps is saying I-76, and it's also saying that I'm on I-70s. Oh wait, no, it's 76. Yeah, it's 76. Don't call me Poppy. lights on, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Sorry guys, I just had to wake up real quick. Rock out to some real August Burns Red music. I was like, yeah. Yeah, I think I woke up now. I'm out of the bang. I can't show you the can because I tossed it in the back somewhere. Anyway, sun has risen. It's nice out. It's foggy. I think the temperature is 69 degrees according to the car. Gotta say, it's nice being out here. Oh, what's up with the... A little bit better, I guess. Nice being out there. Just check out the sights. Look at that. That is gorgeous. You don't see that in New York City. Why? Because there's buildings everywhere. I gotta say, where I grew up versus where I moved to, you know, I guess you see so much of this in the same old little old town that you grew up in, Ohio. Moving to New York City is refreshing, but then it's like I'm at a point where, oh man, I wouldn't mind coming back to this. But New York's where the money's at. You can't beat that New York City money. Nope. Hey, my Amazon Prime packages are being delivered. I seen a whole bunch of Prime trucks, and you know what? I don't know about you guys, but 80% of what I shop is from Amazon. If not 90%. Watch out for the deer here, apparently. 55, man, I gotta slow down. new road looks better to drive on. Let's try the new road. Oh, yeah, buddy. Check out all these farmhouses or whatever that they are. They actually look haunted, though. Some of them look like haunted houses. What a life to live out here, surrounded by this much green. Such a different reality, you know? You go to one nice little church right over there. What a different reality out here. Check out this hill right here. It looks like I can literally just run up that hill without any climbing equipment or whatnot. I'd love to mountain bike down that hill or gravel bike down that hill. It looks like you could too. It's not that steep. Sunrise is behind us. Unfortunately, we can't see it here. We kind of can't see it there either. Nope. Might be able to see it now. Oh yeah. You kind of do. Allegheny Mountain. Ow! Charlie! Ow! Charlie bit me. Ow! Charlie! Ow! Charlie bit me. Ow! 'Cause I can't make it on my own. 'Cause I can't make it on my own. 'Cause my heart is in Ohio. I gotta say, the great state of Pennsylvania supports me They made a big tractor trailer with a big Trump on it, and they stuck it in the middle of nowhere for all the highway drivers to see. I gotta say, put my name, huge as hell. They made it huge on a tractor trailer. They put it in the middle of nowhere on the countryside in Pennsylvania Turnpike. Trump, huge. They're taking my name down in New York City, all over the place, in Atlantic City, you name it. But in Pennsylvania, what you get, huge Trump on a tractor trailer right next to the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Believe me, folks, not fake news. Just seen it for yourself on the LLN NYC live stream. Well, that woke me up. Beautiful sunrise, one of the most beautiful sunrises in the history of sunrises. I gotta say. I don't know if I'm more hungry or more sleepy. I don't know. Pennsylvania State Troopers base, right? We just passed it. I also need gas. What does this place got? 7-Eleven, pizza, Starbucks, Annie Ann's, and Roy Rogers. What is a Roy Rogers, anyway? What is a Roy Rogers, anyway? I think I'll park next to this Explorer. I think I'll park behind this Explorer right here. Explorer Master Race. Oh, check out this unmarked police car, probably. Looks nice. I believe it's a Chevy Tahoe. Let's see what they got. Oh, whoa, copyrighted. Damn, copyright music. All right. I'll be back. I don't know what you prefer. Maybe that. The sky, beautiful sky. How about that? That looks nice. Yeah. You know, you're in the middle of nowhere in Pennsylvania when you see Amish people. Got me a Core Power protein shake. Nothing else. I mean, everything else was like baked goods, and no restaurants were open yet. No fast food restaurants, that is. And this is pretty good. We used to buy cases of these from Amazon. And yeah, pretty good. Actually, I think vanilla taste. I should have got vanilla. I think vanilla. I think I like vanilla a little bit more than the chocolate flavor. It doesn't taste too sweet. Then again, oh, sweetened with stevia too. Stevia is some pretty good stuff. That's why we make iced coffee with. Now I'm wondering how these Amish folks get around. I mean, I do know they use the horse and carriage and all that, but it's like, where's their horse and carriage right now? That's what I want to know. Where is their horse and carriage? Because I don't see any. I kind of wouldn't be surprised if they got here by a vehicle. I think. Then again, I don't know what all the rules are. Like if they can drive, but they can't use electricity or something, or I don't know. Maybe someone can chime in. The Suburban to my right. No, that's a Tahoe. Well, now they went back in. Oh, that's you flipping random? I don't think it was you, because I didn't see them. I didn't see them with a single cell phone texting or whatever. Hello, hello. Hearing an echo. Pretty sure they're Amish. That's how what Amish look like. They can hire outsiders to drive. You know, that's kind of like Jewish folks and it's kind of like Jewish folks on Shabbos, and then they have a Shabbos goy to do stuff they can't, but only on Shabbos. Horsing around. That is correct. There are lots of Amish folks in Pennsylvania. What's in that core power? Sound a bit tipsy. Maybe it's the sleep deprivation talking. Well, whoever said Tahoe was right. Because they sure are getting that Tahoe. Polish word amasa. I can't say that. What I can say is yakshimash. Bardzo dobrze. Mennonites. That I have not heard. That's new to me. I think I'm going to use the bathroom now. Oh. Well, now I got to look that up. But I'm going to go back and use the bathroom because this protein shake got me going. All right, there we go. Amish RMP is Oscar Mike. Or shall we say, oh wait, let's give you guys this view right here. A view of the heavens. Amish RMP is Oscar Mike. 10 foul. Purpose a male white wearing a straw hat, K. You wearing them overalls. You be building a house with no power tools, K. You only got a hammer and one nail, K. All right, I'll be back. You know what's funny though? I also hear that same. You always hear that doo 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 on the dispatch too. Like Central Market 90 XK doo 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 doo. It's like Central, show me 84K. Central, show me. Oh, it's not doing it. Never mind. I turned the car off. Let me get some gas, will you? Yeah, Maddie. How many Ford Explorers did you sell at the dealership today? Fish school. Yeah, anyone need to buy a Ford vehicle? Hit up Maddie at Hoser Ford. Hoser Ford. Yeah. Hoser Ford. Maddie's got great deals. He has great deals on Ford Explorers, folks. Even better deals on Ford Fusions. Because they don't make them anymore. They don't make them. Ford's been transitioning to more of a SUV kind of company. They don't make them like they used to, folks. Sedans are a thing of the past. Probably one of the great sedans of our time. The Ford Fusion and the Ford Taurus. Cops love them, but they love Explorers even more. Toilet brush. I feel like I've seen you before. Toilet brush salesman. You got an Escape. Escape. Yeah, that's like the one size smaller than the Explorer, right? And then it got the, I think gas is done. $44. You know, the last time I filled it up, it was also $44. $3.29 gallon. Not too different from Brooklyn, let me tell you. No gas smell. That's an accomplishment. I hate the smell of petrol on my fingers. Let's go. Now, although that protein shake did not have any caffeine, let's see if just having a protein shake is enough to keep me awake. Maybe I should have got a coffee, huh? Maybe I should have gotten a coffee. A protein shake, then a coffee. I don't know. Nah. I should get one, huh? Well, you know what? It is right here. It is right here, right? I don't want to crack open these bangs either because I feel like I can't bring myself to do it. I can't bring myself to do it. I already had one. All right. You guys win. 7-Eleven coffee. Now I gotta put this. The only thing about no almond milk, right? Some 7-Elevens in New York City have almond milk, the almond creamer, which is nice. Not this one. This one had the like, you know, the what is it called? The Coffee Mate creamers or whatever. Contains a milk derivative. Central, show me 98K. Show me 98 in regards. You can give me all the jobs off Sector Boys QK. All the jobs! Hey, at 10-4 Central, just give me all the jobs. I'll knock them out. 90X, 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 90X. What's up? All right, here we go. Here we go. Staying away from that sport mode. Let's see what the average mile per gallon MPG I get. Gotta say, nice to see that daytime driving. What did you learn in fish school, mate? How to stop kerfuffles? I must say, you're rather good at it. Good at it. Good at it. You're good at it. Ellen and Daniel voted most likely to start a kerfuffle with hoses. Do you know what I mean? I don't know what that building is. I think it might be a church, but it looks like a really nice building, and I can't even show you guys because maybe it's a temple. Maybe it's like a Jewish temple or something. Sorry, a Jewish synagogue. Maybe that's what it is, but I can't tell from here. Wow, tailgating tractor trailer. Don't you know the speed limit's 55 down here? What in the hell is the goddamn problem down here? No, I think it went back up to 65 now. So, but I feel like it still might be a work zone, you know? No more autopilot. We're going manual. Manual controls. See, it is a work zone. 55. Look at all that green. This is America. You got your trip in now? All of a sudden it got darker for some reason. What's going on here? This car's going off the road. Check out all that scenery right here. That was nice. Hope we see more of that. And we probably will. Wow, it said trucks on the right lane only. This guy is trying to be a hero down here. What in the hell? That car's going off the road again. This Hyundai Sonata. Oh, another hero. Check out this garbage, this dump truck. I can be a hero, baby. You better not cause no damn accident around these parts. I reckon that driver's reckless. Recklessly driving in his own work zone down here. There you go. There's your scenery. Fronts. We'll stick to the front. We'll stick to the front. It's real foggy down here. You know, you got that song in your head? Well, maybe it's time to think of another song. You know? Like, she's in a superstition, black cats and the voodoo dolls. Wow, there's a lot of smoke here. I wonder what it's all from. Probably just the fogginess of the situation, you know? Wow. I gotta say, nice visuals. Nice visuals. You don't see this every day, I'll tell you that. Maybe I'll save that as a highlight. We will call that Beautiful Pennsylvania Mountains. I can be your stringer, baby. I can film all the crimes. Don't forget about the accidents. I will film the fires too. If somebody gets shot, is it a DOA? If there's a fire, is there a 1045? If there's an accident, will there be a collision investigation? You will film the stringer jobs. I will be your stringer, baby. I can take away the tears from the 1045s. If you don't know what that means, it means there's the victims at the fire. You will take the accidents away. Senate Department of Sanitation. Wow, special thanks to 7-Eleven Coffee. You will film the night away. Give me just one night, una noche. I hope Melissa doesn't hear me singing that. If she did, she's gonna say where, when, how, who, tomorrow, mañana. Chevy. Chevy coming up 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock. Chevy what? Cruise? Is that it? Chevy Cruise? What are we at? 65 right now? I think we can take these guys. I think we can take these guys. Let's do it. Oh, take it easy. Living Treasures Animal Park next exit. I saw a tiger there. They got tigers? Wow. Take care of flipping random. Oh, I am not looking to get that Hokey Pokey song stuck in my head. Ooh, fireworks. Exit 91, fireworks. Too bad it ain't before the 4th of July. I mean, I'd be pretty tempted. I mean, of course, you know, maybe save it for the next 4th of July, right? Those things got an expiration date or what? Hey Daniel, you stole the other guy's line. He said are we there yet first? You stole his line, sir. Check out that view. A little bit. I thought those were like graves for a second. Then I realized it's probably some kind of fence or something. I don't know. Yeah, it's a fence, some kind of fence. We're going to Canada, eh? What's that about? We're gonna pay Maddie's Ford Hoser dealership a visit. See if he can hook me up on a 2022 Ford Explorer ST. Yeah. He said he'd give me an offer I couldn't refuse. Correction, he said he'd make me an offer I couldn't refuse. So. There we go. That's a nice shot right there. I gotta say, the combination of sunlight and caffeine is keeping me awake, I think. So thank you, sunlight. This Walmart truck is going off the road here. Maybe I should keep my distance. Oh, whoa, 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 there he goes again. Not good, not good. Oh, there he goes again, there he goes again. Oh, there he goes again. There he goes again. He's going off the road. He's going off the road. Don't hit the barrier. Don't hit it. Be careful, man. You can't be driving all drowsy like that, you know. Lord Jesus. I don't even know how I would react if he got in a crash. I think I would just maneuver around him, right? That would be I think that would make the most sense. But if his crash occupied the entire 2 lanes, wow, that would suck. There we go. He's going off the road again. Take care, Marcia. Walmart is trying to pass another tractor trailer and he's doing so horribly. He's not even passing him. He's just blocking the fast lane. That's what he's doing right now. If I was that car behind him, I'd be honking. Charlie. Ow! Charlie. Ow! Charlie bit me. Ow! Charlie. Check out that unmarked, got some super long antennas. So where are we now? Still in Pennsylvania. Leverage. Get better leverage. There you go. Good job. You're gonna hear me snore. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. Just kidding. great. There's traffic coming up. Just great. out. Fireworks. And this is where all the fireworks comes from. Well, some of it at least. Gotta love Sheetz gas station. You can custom order food on the touchscreen menu. Yeah, I never seen that Navy uniform before. In fact, I saw that, what do they call them, sailor? I saw that sailor, and I was thinking, which branch of the military is this? Because that is not familiar to me. Then he turned around and walked out of the gas station, and I seen it said U.S. Navy on there. So I was like, oh, okay, I guess it's new U.S. Navy uniform. And from what I understand, back in the day, all the branches would wear the same uniform. You know, the woodland camouflage uniform. They wore that for the longest time, right? Otherwise known as, I can't think of it's like a letter and 2 numbers or something. You know, it's true what they say about sleep, because now I can't even remember what woodland camouflage is. Anyway, got a breakfast sandwich, scrambled egg, sausage, and on a croissant. It looks good. M95? No, I don't think it's M95. Did someone mention it? No, I don't think so. M81. Right? Because it came out in 1981. Then I believe starting in Desert Storm, they came out with was it Desert Storm? Possibly. The tricolor, not tricolor, I think it was the, what they call the chocolate chip cookie uniform, whatever. Desert Storm. Then after that, it was the tricolor desert. And then I think around that time, Marines came out with the digital patterns, the Marpat, and the Desert Marpat, and then Army came out and we're like, oh, we gotta have the digital too. Army came out with that terrible, terrible, terrible pattern called the ACU, Army Camouflage Uniform. I think that's what it was called. Terrible, terrible pattern. Wasn't until Operation Enduring Freedom they came out with that multicam. Actually, they didn't come out with it. Cry Precision won the bid for that pattern, right? And we love multicam, so that's what we wear for airsoft is multicam. So. Yeah, y'all see the photos and videos and such when I release it. Is it Monday? This week. This week. I do not even know what time. I mean, not the time. I don't even know what town I'm in. Looks like a small town. I do believe we're still in Pennsylvania. Apparently, the Washington Square Arch person is accusing me of being a cop or something, trying to interfere with their art. What the hell? He's known as pocket-sized statue. Army's coming out with new uniforms. Oh, nice. Is it gonna be as good or better than multicam? Then again, I'm not too familiar with the current AOs they are operating in. You know, I know they're probably still in Afghanistan, right? I mean, I don't know about Iraq though, but I feel like Afghanistan is like that multicam camouflage where it all started. Nice white Corvette. What's over here? Bank, subs, knockouts, haircuts for men. Ooh, I need a haircut. All that trouble just to go through some more tolls. Great. Just because I wanted to grab a bite to eat and use the bathroom. Oh well. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? This might be one of those dollar tolls too. Who knows? Pittsburgh, here we go. This is I-76. Getting pretty close to Pittsburgh. You know what's funny? How did I go from sleepy to... See, I was intending to sleep at the last gas station, but instead I used the bathroom and ate a sandwich. And for some reason, that awakened me. Oh, I think it's starting to rain now. Should have taken the rain from Brooklyn with me. Haha. You know, when I left New York City, there wasn't any rain. Not that I can recall, at least. Maybe it was super light, you know? Yeah, I'm not a fan of the rain either. Jaguar. Oh, Kennywood's coming up. I remember Kennywood as a kid. I've been there so many times. So, anyone who does not know Pittsburgh, Kennywood is the theme park of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I didn't get the bird poop off the windshield yet. It's still here. See it? Can't see it. It's too hard to see. Oh, here's our exit. about them Steelers? When Steelers won the Super Bowl. Yep, I was in Pittsburgh when that happened. Unfortunately, I didn't catch all the riots and craziness that happened, but yeah. But I do remember the day it happened. And what's funny is that you would think that if the Steelers won the Super Bowl, why would people go crazy and like throw stuff through store windows? I think that's what happened, right? And I think the riot police came out as well, because I guess people were like crazy, happy, drunk, whatever. But can you imagine if the Steelers lost the Super Bowl? It would probably have been worse. Yeah, I did see that celebration in Little Italy. In fact, my mom shot some video of that. I gotta post it. I also saw Little Mozzarella on Instagram. He posted some video on that as well. Little Mozzarella. Trisha might be Trisha's evil twin, because I know Trish is a good girl. I don't know about this new Trisha girl. Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Just the two of us. You and I. Hey, Channel 4 News. Action News. That must be their home base right here. Here we go. Here's the traffic jam. A quick acceleration for nothing. Here we are, folks. Last time we ran into traffic was New York City. Not even last night, but right now. This must be morning. This must be Pittsburgh's morning rush hour. I never been to any sports events in Pittsburgh when I lived here. And yes, I used to live here. Nice town, you know, nice town, I gotta say. It'll always have a special, it will always be, I'll always have a special place in my heart for Pittsburgh. Oh hey, Action News Channel 4 just passed by. I'm like the only New York plate in a sea of Pennsylvania plates. Squirrel Hill, exit 74. So Squirrel Hill in Pittsburgh is like the Borough Park or the Williamsburg of Pittsburgh. And here we go. Is this the Monolega? No, this is the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Go, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I love Pittsburgh. Oakland would be nice to go drive through if I cared. I think I'm ready to go to sleep. Lots of memories here in the short time that I did live here. I even went to college here. I even worked for the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center. I had my first job as a nursing assistant. played in a band as well in Pittsburgh. It was also where I got my social skills with nightlife interactions, if you will. Let's just put it that way. Lots of guys' night out. Guys' nights out. Let me tell you that. Lots of them. Dive bars, clubs. Oh man, we went out not just on Friday, Saturday nights. Sometimes we'd even go out on a Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night. We did not play. Oh, we played all right, but you know, and we did not even drink that much. Well, I had a drinking phase, but you know. Some nights I would not drink at all. And what I realized was, yo, the Hyundai be wildin'. What I realized was when I didn't drink is my social skills were sharper. So, but anyways, what I mean by skills is that, you know, one does not simply get good at having an active dating lifestyle, if you will. Definitely, I learned a lot from my friends, and you know, find out, or learned, I should say, what works and what does not work, and Pittsburgh is where it all happened, because, you know, growing up in a small town, Pittsburgh was my first big city that, no, it wasn't, you know, it's not that, no, it's definitely bigger than the small town I grew up in. So, but yeah, it was my first big city that I really got to have the type of lifestyle I wanted at the time. And then New York City was the next step up, you know, so I guess I felt if I could make it in Pittsburgh, I could make it in New York City too. Thank you, Maddie. I think there's light rain, but nothing significant, you know. I think that's a Ford Explorer in front of me. I like how he's got a lot of black going on. I think he's all blacked out. But I think that's an older model. I think that might even be a Sport. Man, I've been driving for 9 hours already. Well, not 9 hours straight, but this stream has been going on since around, what, 11:30 midnight or something? Oh yeah, this is a nice Explorer. And it was the Sport trim, like I guessed. Still kind of impressed how awake I am. I guess I really needed that bathroom and sandwich break. Ugh. Oh, damn it, I missed my exit. Because I was thinking about my ex, who I used to date at the previous exit. Damn it. I don't know if her exit was the last one or the next one. Damn exes. Get out of my head, ex-girlfriend. Made me miss my exit. Did you guys ever hear about the ex where she brought over her 3-year-old daughter every time she came over? And one time I went to sometimes I went to her place too. And one time her daughter walked in on us. Oy vey! Oy vey. Not good. Oy vey. Mommy was working out. We were exercising. Uh-huh. Poor child was probably scarred for life. Should have told her the truth. Then the daughter might have said, Mommy, am I having a Eurasian brother or sister? If you didn't guess, she was white. Yes, that's why I said Eurasian. Oh, actually, I think her exit's coming up. Yeah, this is her exit right here. Was a lot of drama. One time she threw a compact disc at me. Compact disc. You know, this relationship was so long ago. There were actual CDs in use. That's how long ago. CDs. She threw a compact disc at me. It was an abusive relationship. She wasn't one of the good exes. I had better exes in this area. No, Maddie, don't worry. I won't tell Jordan. In fact, I hope Jordan didn't read that. Maddie waited for Jordan to go to sleep till he said that. Lori be like, tell us a little bit about yourself, Doug Weeks. I'm just trying to fill in for Lori over here. Because I know she'd do the same for me. This pickup truck is Ford. I just wonder what is it, like a Bronco or something? Or is it an F-150 maybe? Oh, it's a Raptor. Ford Raptor. Any hits? there's a lot of birds flying. Maybe go into the email, look at what Mike sent, and then compare that video to what you see on channel 7. I think I saw on channel 7 something about Bronx, something about a shooting, something involving an Uber or a taxi, something like that. Just record whatever you see there and send it to me so I can investigate. Channel 7 won't have the bug, but channel 4 will have the bug. Thank you, Doug. Those that have been watching since midnight, I hope you guys got more sleep than I did on this road trip. I remember once Scott said he was watching my stream. He went to sleep, I was streaming, and he woke up and I was still streaming. I think that must have been during a snowstorm or something, you know? Speaking about the Ford Escape, I think that's the Ford Escape right here. Yep. No, wait. That's the Edge, actually. Escape is bigger than the Edge, right? what's up, Wade? Negative. This is US 22. Yeah, US 22. Oh, I could have sworn. I could have sworn the escape was bigger. Alright, well. I suspected I might have had it wrong anyway. I see the MIPD supervisors in the Ford Escape pretty often. So I probably just assumed it was smaller than the Explorer, you know? Welcome to West Virginia. Wild and wonderful. Did you know I'm from the backwoods of West Virginia? Actually, I got married in West Virginia. Just entered the state we got married. Alabama, Arkansas, I do miss my mom and pa. Ugh. Da 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 da. Hypnotherapy can help. Oh, okay. Apollo Cleaning and Restoration. Oh, that must be the guys you see at the foyers. The only thing is, do they actually buff jobs though, right? Because at the New York City fires, you see that first response show up. Oh. Franciscan University, a Catholic university, probably the biggest attraction of this town. I want to say attraction, more like the biggest thing that draws people to this town right here. Hey, look, this is where Maddie works. Hey, Maddie, give me a good deal. Give me an offer I can refuse. I think I used to deliver newspapers around here. And this was my newspaper route. Well, some of it, at least. Glad I can finally go to sleep now. I didn't even recognize it. Oh, look at that dog. That's the meme dog. You know, the dog with the meme. I think it was a Japanese dog. You know, the dog with the meme. I don't know what the dog is called. You know, the meme dog. That's all I can see. The meme dog. I'm home, Papa. Come on in now. Alrighty, see y'all. So I'm gonna take a nap when I awaken, and after I eat, we will go on another trip, which will last about 4-something hours, to pick up my son. So, Christian. So see y'all then after my nap, and stay in touch, folks, on Discord if you remember. Stay tuned for part 2 of the road trip coming up in a few hours. Thank you, folks, for watching and being on this road trip with me. Almost 10 hours now. 4 more hours coming up. See y'all later.